Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? Hope you're having a nice Thursday. Everything is good with you. So, for anybody new here, hi, I am Agent Solve. I also go by Card. You can call me however you prefer. It doesn't bother me. I'm a vampiric casino owner. I cover indie games usually around the weekends. Why? Because indie games are the ones that are innovating, are the ones that are trying new ideas, taking risks, and keeping this industry fresh. So my way of showing support to the indie scene is by covering the games in the weekends, having these talks about it, you know, just all around a good time. And for the duration of my playthrough, I also have the indies kind of featured and linked on my about page. If you want to know more details about those streams and what I'm featuring in them and what game is currently featured, actually, you can just you can check the details there, or you can use the indie command and it's gonna give you all the necessary information there with a link to some of the more popular store pages where you can get the featured game. So yeah, aside from that, I also, you know, go through like the history and evolution of influential IPs. I currently go through the entire Doom series. That's something I'm covering right now. Just finished with Doom, the first Doom and Doom 2, and I'm gonna be jumping into Doom 64 next week. And aside from that, I also do what I'm doing right now. I talk about and, you know, do some ttrpg related stuff and content. Currently, I'm going through the entire like Daggerheart playtest material. Recently, they just announced some changes. I'm gonna quickly go through some of the changes for some of the material that I've covered previously, and for the material that I haven't yet, I'll just go with them as normal. I just jump through it as usual. So yeah, and you know, from that time I might also just do some chill streams of, you know, me playing some ttrpg, some RPG stuff, or maybe some multiplayer games here and there if I feel like it. But those are more on the side. What I've mentioned up until now, it's more like the main things. So yeah, also for those of you who've noticed the graph next to me, my current stream goal is to reach affiliate, and kind of as a special thing for each 5 new followers up until during my affiliate goal, I'm gonna do something special. For the 35 follower mark, I released a VTuber intro card bio that I posted on my socials. You can check it out there. I also posted in the YouTube community stuff. Now I also recently reached the 40 follower mark, and I'm gonna be working on the kind of VTuber self intro song. I'm gonna work on it around these days and post it into some other through some other channels. I have a few other like media platforms like set up, like a separate YouTube channel, maybe probably also post it on TikTok, that kind of stuff. So, and also on the socials. So yeah, when that's gonna be ready, I'm gonna announce it, and probably also gonna show it on stream after it is posted. And then as you can see, once I reach some of the new goals, I'm gonna start doing some extra bonus streams aside from the normal scheduled ones. So these will not replace what I have scheduled. The first one being kind of a ttrpg special. I'm not gonna necessarily jump, I think, into like some kind of ttrpg session. I don't necessarily have the means to like set up a good like ttrpg stream, but I have an idea of maybe just reaching out to socials to some of the other streamer people that I've interacted with, and maybe ask, hey, can you give me like some quick info about you as a VTuber, maybe some information about you, and let's see if I can make a character out of you, and probably do it on probably make it a D&D character, because that's the system I'm most familiar with and I have the most material to work with. So yeah, and that's gonna be currently my plan. Also, I just noticed, hey there Tolk, how's it going? Having a nice Thursday. Let me also give you a quick shout out, because you also do some stream stuff. How are you doing? Having a nice day?
A little
Boop, boop. What do we be playing? Oh, Dead by Daylight, nice.
Does it make you feel any better if I go?
Oh.
Fun game.
No.
I haven't really checked those games out that much, because I don't think I will have like a long consistent group to set those up. But anyhow, I'm thankful that you're around here. If you want to chat or discuss, TTRPG stuff, we can discuss. Because there's another thing I do want to mention with these kind of streams. Yeah, VRoid days. Because there, again, you know, there's another thing I kind of want to mention with my ttrpg streams. Aside from me just discussing and covering some kind of topics, I also am open to having like discussions with anybody on stream or in chat about, you know, hey, maybe I can offer you. I've game mastered in DM for a bit, so I have some knowledge in there. So maybe if I can offer you some advice, that could be of help. I also have some game design background, so maybe in that sense, hey, you require some advice, or just simply share stories, stuff like that. That's also totally open. So I also want this stream to be an open space for, you know, discussions, not just me going over some text over the screen, having an opinions, and just leave it as that. So we can have some back and forth. I kind of want this to be a bit more of an open discussion and, you know, openly analytical and that kind of stuff, because that's kind of how I do it, because I'm looking at this material completely blind. I'm not I just vaguely check it just to make sure how I'm structuring for future streams, because I know it can take a while. That's the only thing I'm looking at, but I don't like read it in details. So yeah, so I guess we should jump into it. First thing that I do want to preface, which is why I have this current tab open, which is also something that I've by mistake haven't necessarily mentioned it too clearly in past streams, and it's something that is kind of required by Daggerheart's gaming license. I do need to emphasize this written material here. That, you know, Daggerheart is a product that was created for the Darrington Press community gaming license. Daggerheart, the open beta materials are owned and copyrighted by Darrington Press LLC. All rights are reserved. This product is based following the public game content created and owned by Darrington Press, the Daggerheart Open Beta Materials, and you can also find it available at daggerheart.com. Also, this kind of information should also be available in all of the VODs and stuff like that. From what I've seen, the only kind of base requirement is the link, which is something I've done already, but I've noticed that this disclaimer should have been part of my streams from the get-go. I haven't fully clarified it for the previous stream, so I'm gonna clarify it now and make sure that it's covered in each future streams from now on. That was a mistake on my part. I'm sorry about it. I'm gonna make sure it's gonna be covered from now on. I think I've missed it as I was looking for the FAQ when it comes to covering the material in streams. So yeah, and usually kind of what I do with the for anybody new, what I do with the Daggerheart streams, before I get into the discussion and into the content, I also play their video of how the kind of general overview, because it kind of quickly summarizes the general rulings of the game, so everybody is at the very least to some level of familiarity with the system. Even if you haven't followed all of the streams up until now, at the very least you can get the general idea of how this game works by just watching the video, because it's pretty short. It's like 60 minutes. I might interject here and there, but overall I'll just probably let it run through. But let me check something beforehand. I wonder if they did any video discussing the changes before jumping in, because to be fair, I haven't checked that, but I don't think they did. No, they didn't. So we're just gonna leave it as it is. So yeah. Also, if there are like any weird like funky issues with the stream or anything like that, do make note of it, because there might be some stuff that I miss out. I do try to do some quick testing beforehand, like especially with the audio and stuff like that, because sometimes it's been wonky. But I've also had like weird stuff with the capturing stuff, with the video capture. So yeah. But anyhow, I'll just jump into the video, interject here and there, and then go back to the planned materials.
Buddy, my name is Matthew Mercer.
And I'm Spencer Stark.
And we are inviting you here to this video to learn how to play Daggerheart, a new RPG that is currently in development.
So before we get into the basics, we just want to remind all of you that this game is now currently in open beta. So things discussed in this video may change, shift, go away, be added to, and that's part of the process of making a game.
Indeed. To learn more and even join our open beta playtest, go check out daggerheart.com. So dive in, break the game, tell us what works, what doesn't work, what you love about it, what you hope to see added, and tell us all that through the official Daggerheart open beta surveys.
The more people who play the game, the better we can make it, so jump in and help us break this thing, because we are so excited to build this game with you and not just for you. So please play often and submit those surveys so we know what you like and what you don't.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, the thing that, because I'm always stopping at this point after they mentioned the intro, yes, for anybody who has the means or the group to do it, do playtest the game, do fill out those surveys, because when it comes to game material and game development in general, playtesting is crucial. No matter how internal testing you do, no matter what the amount of QA testers you have at hand, it's never gonna compare to the thousands, hundreds, and if not even millions of active people that are actually gonna try the game, and the varied perspectives of and kind of analytical takes on the system. So yeah, that kind of data is insurmountable and extremely valuable. So even the smallest thing that you might think, sorry, I just hit the pop filter. Even the most insurmountable thing that you think, actually even the most sorry, let me just go back into it because I lost my train of thought. Even the thing that seems the most meaningless, probably from your perspective, could be crucial to the developers. You never know what you might find out that somebody else might have not found out before. So any information, and even if maybe not necessarily that it's as useful as it might actually be, at the end of the day, it's also a part of the dev's decision, and it's a part of their job to make the informed calls when it comes to what should be changed, what shouldn't be changed. And as they mentioned, they also want this to be a system where not only they visualize their own, they put forward their own vision, but they also want to make sure that the expectations of the players are also met, and make this a lot more collaborative, and which I really enjoy, because at the end of the day, it should be a game that we all enjoy, not necessarily just purely the game developers. So yeah, go ahead, do test it, break it in however many ways you can. At the end of the day, it's in no way you are insulting the developers by saying that, hey, this is broken, or hey, this is stupid, or something like that. Of course, be civil about it when you talk about it, but do stress test it as best as you can.
So Daggerheart is a fantasy tabletop role-playing game that sort of blends the narrative and the crunchy together.
Yeah, I like that it helps facilitate gameplay that is both theater of mind, if that's your preference, but also easy enough to also play it more tactically and to use maps and minis like I love to do with our sessions.
The game doesn't really stop down when you're doing combat. You just kind of continue to play the way you do throughout the entire rest of the game, and so everything flows in and out of itself, so it allows you to really focus on the story that you all are telling. And
deeply customizable character creation and development process throughout the mechanics of the game.
It is a long-term campaign game, so it runs over the course of 10 levels, which gives you plenty of fodder to be able to play a year-long campaign with, if that is something that you want, but could also jump in and play a one-shot or a couple of sessions, and works just as well for that.
Yeah, one of the things you can really expect from Daggerheart is a game that gives you tools, if you want to use them, to rapidly create in-depth characters that have dynamic relationships with the other players and characters at the table, as well as an opportunity and tools for the GM and the players to build a world together. You can make and play or run a game as deep or as shallow or as simple or as robust as you want to. And the intent of Daggerheart is to give you all those tools at your disposal and teach you how to implement them in your game, so you can kind of pick and choose what it is you enjoy about this, or run the full gamut and go all in. Now let's get into the basics of Daggerheart.
Yeah, well, something I've seen and really enjoyed it, because it covers a lot of aspects of how to run the game system and how to run the game itself, and not only in the sense of mechanical guidelines, but also in how you're organizing your group. I've seen it cover also safety tool systems, the lines and veils, the X card, all that kind of stuff. So it's cool that, and they cover a lot more than just simply, hey, this is the game you play, this is some information about maybe the setting and stuff like that, and all of the character and player option, and maybe some options that are usable for the DM. No, you have a more rounded out, robust kind of set of tools and options that you can utilize to your own choosing. Because I've seen a lot of stuff, I think the playtest material even has a section currently. I don't think it's currently public, but they're probably gonna have a section for homebrewing and creating new content, and maybe even or just simply altering existing content, and guidelines for that kind of thing, which I don't think I've seen a lot of a lot of systems necessarily do it. At the very least, not in the core book. Maybe in many cases I've seen there's something like an additional material or additional source book released after the fact. So, you know, having all of the basics, all of the requirements, and some extras that help you push it further to your own liking and to your own kind of vision, it's good to have from the get-go.
Duality dice are sort of the bread and butter for Daggerheart. They consist of 2 different colored 12-sided die, your hope die and your fear die. Now you choose which is which, and for us, we're using this brighter colored one as our hope die, and this kind of darker red colored one as our fear die.
Anytime your GM asks you to make an action roll, you'll roll both your hope die and your fear die, and you add them together along with any relevant modifiers represented by little tokens like this.
You know, the tokens can also be coins or beads, or you can just do the math in your head, but it helps to have these little representations right there next to the dice you rolled to do the quick math.
Then you tell the GM your result, along with whether your hope die or your fear die rolled highest. For example, let's say Travis is playing Bertrand Bell and is making an agility roll. He has a +1 to his agility trait, and he ends up rolling a 9 on his hope die and a 4 on his fear die, plus the 1. He'd add all that together and then tell the GM that he got a 14 with hope.
Yeah, now if a 14 meets or beats the difficulty decided by the GM, he succeeds on his agility roll, and he also gains 1 hope for rolling with hope.
Every time your hope die is higher, you gain a hope, which is a liquid resource your character can spend to aid allies or activate special abilities.
Now sometimes your character might have an experience that you could further modify an action roll in their favor. Like maybe your character has Haggler as an experience when trying to negotiate with a shopkeeper, or expert herbalist when looking for medicinal plants in the vicinity.
So you can spend a hope before the roll and describe how that experience helps you, and then add its value to your roll. You add it all up, and if it meets or beats the difficulty score, you succeed. But your hope and fear die influence what happens next.
Indeed, if you succeed with hope, you get what you want, and you gain 1 hope. You can spend that later on. But if you succeed and roll with fear, you get what you want, but it may come with a consequence or add a complication. Additionally, the GM takes a fear token, a liquid resource that the GM can use to affect the story both in and out of combat, but we'll cover that later.
If you fail with hope, you don't get what you want and will likely face consequences, but you still gain a hope. And if you fail with fear, you don't get what you want and you may suffer major consequences. Additionally, the GM takes a fear token.
Now lastly, if you roll doubles on the 2 dice, you get a critical success, which means you get exactly what you want, you gain a hope, you clear a stress, and possibly some other cool benefits alongside it. Well, now that we've explained the basics of the duality dice, let's lightly skim the character creation process.
Yeah, this one is, I find it really interesting, the kind of dice system they chose. I mean, yeah, they've mentioned it beforehand that D12s are some of the more underrepresented kind of dice in most of the ttrpg system and in the kind of polyhedral kind of set, as it's kind of underutilized. Most of the system either go with the D20 system, some dice pool D6, or a dice pool D10, or maybe just a D100, like Call of Cthulhu, I think, those kind of things. So yeah, having having the D12 kind of hit its moment of in the spotlight is interesting. Overall, it kind of, through the system being like 2 D12s, it kind of goes in the same ballpark as the D20. Because overall, kind of the results are there, slightly higher, but not by much. It's almost as high if you were to consider their proficiency at some lower levels. So yeah, that is. So, you know, I find it interesting how they kind of decide to use this as kind of the dice system, because it kind of puts you also in a ballpark of familiarity with previous system, especially the D&D system. Overall, it has a lot of that DNA plus some other systems as well, because they've taken from a lot. And of course, the fear and hope concept, I find it kind of interesting, especially because it's kind of this kind of dynamic ramp up in abilities, because, you know, having hope as a resource for the players to activate abilities or certain special traits, as well as fear for kind of a tool for the DM to kind of rank up difficulty or rank up the encounters in some way, or add some twists and turns here and there, which can, you know, which will basically give you a tool to kind of adjust in the moment and kind of help you improvise in case you have some difficulties or you realize, oh, maybe the encounter what I was planning is not necessarily as challenging as I was hoped, but hey, the players offered me these tokens through their rolling, so maybe I can use them to add that difficulty that I wanted or the challenge that I wanted. Yeah, plus, you know, the kind of 4-tier kind of success level of successes, plus the additional like critical, it adds a lot of depth in what exactly you can get out of your rolls.
For a deeper dive into character creation, check out our Daggerheart character creation video where I sit down with Travis Willingham and make Bertrand Bell, which is linked here.
But for the purposes of this video, we'll give you a brief overview. Our character classes are Bard, Druid, Guardian, Ranger, Rogue, Seraph, Sorcerer, Warrior, and Wizard.
Indeed.
Every class has one or more class features, which are spells and abilities that are unique to each class. Like the Rogue, for example, has a thing called Cloak, which allows them to move into a space where no enemies can see them and be effectively invisible as long as they don't move or attack.
Each class also consists of the meeting of 2 domains, which are like symbolic themes. Through these 2 domains, you pick and choose what abilities you want for your character by taking domain cards at character creation and every time you level up.
These domains are Arcana, the domain of innate or instinctual magic; Blade, the domain of weapon mastery; Bone, the domain of swiftness and tactical mastery; Codex, the domain of intensive magical study; Grace, the domain of charisma and enchantment; Midnight, the domain of shadow and secrecy; Sage, the domain of the natural world; Splendor, the domain of life and death; and Valor, the domain of protection.
So, for example, the Bard calls upon the charm and magnetism of the Grace domain, along with the lore and magic of the Codex domain. And if you want to cast a spell from a domain card you have, typically you'll have a spellcast roll. This works just like an action roll, but uses your spellcast trait that you can find on your subclass foundation card.
In Daggerheart, your base character traits are Agility, for things like sprinting, leaping, and maneuvering; Strength, for things like lifting, smashing, or grappling; Finesse, which is used for like hiding, tinkering, or fine motor control; Instinct, which is for like navigating, perceiving, and sensing; Presence, for charming, deceiving, and performing; and Knowledge, for analyzing, recalling, or comprehending. You begin with a standard array of traits, which you can increase as you level.
Now let's talk about hit points and stress.
So overall, yeah. Let me just jump into the classes. So yeah, I mean, overall it's kind of the expanded kind of spread of classes that you see. Maybe in some cases somewhat melded from my speculations, because as I mentioned, I'm currently, for me this is also kind of a first viewing, and I'm covering classes today. So the Bard, Druid, and Guardian are gonna be the ones that I'm gonna for sure look at it. I've kind of quickly skimmed through how exactly the classes are structured in the chapter, and apparently the domains are kept, the domain abilities and domain cards are kept separately. So who knows, if I go quickly through these, I might just jump into a few more classes after the fact if I still have the time. But yeah, overall it's the generous. But I like the concept with the domains, because it kind of shows the kind of multi aspects that one class can embody. You know, as the Bard, it's not necessarily just some artist or musician. It could be something a bit more akin to politics, historian, archivist, you know, lore keeper, not necessarily just somebody that is there for pure entertainment. And each of them can basically, through those domains, embody that. And I like that there is a share pool, like for each class. Basically you share with another 2 classes technically, and they've mentioned that if you were to put them in kind of an interconnected line, they would overall form a circle. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. There are some elements here and there or at least some themes that I don't think they're present here, and I would have wished to see them, but who knows, maybe as the game evolves and changes. And I also have to probably look more in depth into the classes. Maybe those are present there. For example, kind of, I would have loved to see something like the Warlock, because considering that this in the system kind of has as a main pillar the idea of telling stories and telling narratives. The Warlock is one of the classes that kind of has that roleplay and has that kind of story potential built in it, similar to kind of like, again, putting the D&D comparison with the paladin, which I'm suspecting the Seraph covers in both kind of paladin and cleric in either aspect. Overall, the stat spread, I like. As I mentioned in other streams, I enjoy how they kind of split dexterity into these two more defined aspects of being dexterous. Agility being something a bit more on the macro scale, that's kind of how I compare it, while finesse is something a bit more on the micro, more the minute details. And you know, the other ones are kind of obvious. They're instincts, similar to wisdom, you know, presence, you know, force of personality, that kind of stuff, to charisma, all those kinds of, and knowledge, you know, intelligence, analytical, as I mentioned here, analyze, comprehend, all those kind of aspects. But this one is something that I found interesting, that they've split, as in certain systems dexterity can feel like a loaded stat, as it's beneficial to multiple things. Although from what I've seen in this system, even on the kind of combat aspect, there even the other stats play an important role in determining, you know, elements like does it hit, does it not hit? Because I've seen some items that actually require you like to utilize either presence or knowledge for dice rolls instead of the normal body stats. And those items are also at the same time still like weapons. So yeah, I found that kind of interesting.
In Daggerheart, a character's overall health is represented by a number of hit points, which you'll find on your character sheet in the form of several blank boxes. When you're faced with incoming damage, you will fill in or mark a certain number of these hit points based on your character's damage thresholds. So if you take minor damage, you mark 1 hit point. For major damage, you mark 2 hit points. And for severe damage, you mark 3 hit points.
Whenever you take damage, you simply compare that damage amount to your character's damage thresholds and mark your hit points accordingly. For example, if a rogue at level 1 has 15 damage coming at them, that would be just over their severe damage threshold. So they would mark 3 hit points.
If you ever take damage below your minor damage threshold, you take a stress instead of damage. Now, stress is also a resource that your character can endure to carry out certain uncanny feats or class abilities. But you gotta be careful. If you should ever need to mark a stress, but you can't because they're all marked, you mark a hit point instead.
Evasion represents your ability to avoid being hit by an attack. So when the GM makes an attack roll against a player, they roll 1d20. They add any modifiers and see if the result meets or beats this number. If the attack hits a player, the player can choose to mark armor slots to reduce the incoming damage by their armor score.
For example, let's go back to our level 1 rogue that has 15 damage coming at them. If they have an armor score of 3, like if they have leather armor, they could choose to mark one of their armor slots and reduce that damage to 12, downgrading that severe damage into just major damage. This means they mark 2 hit points instead of 3.
They can always choose to mark more than 1 armor slot if they need to reduce the damage by more as well. And you can, of course, get those armor slots back, but you have to do it by repairing your armor during downtime. We'll cover that in just a little bit.
Now let's go ahead and talk about game master stuff.
Okay, here I do want to emphasize something, because I quickly skimmed through the changelog and I haven't seen the full details yet, but apparently one of the changes they've done in this version, if the damage is below the minor, stress is no longer marked. So apparently stress is no longer connected with the minor damage threshold. So I do wonder what exactly happens if you do lower damage, because in a sense it means that you hit a character, but at the same time you don't do damage to them. So I'm curious because they didn't specify in the quick changelog. So I'm guessing maybe in the full description of the ruling they've clarified it better. They made it more clear what exactly happens if you're below the minor threshold. I think I kind of understand why they went in this direction, because at the same time it makes the armor points a lot more valuable. The idea of utilizing your armor points to put yourself below the minor threshold, so basically you're negating all damage, and at the same time it doesn't feel like you're using a resource. You're losing 2 resources for kind of the same effect that you would have done for major or severe. So I'm guessing that's one of the reasons, because, you know, armor slots are limited, are really important. For major and severe, you're technically utilizing the same resource, but for minor, not only you're losing this resource, you're also losing an additional resource, which for something that should be considered as minor, probably it doesn't feel as balanced. So I'm guessing like a lot of people never necessarily use the armor slots to negate minor damage. So that's kind of why. Also, but overall, I do like this system. It simplifies it. Like, it puts numbers where numbers should be and keeps it out of other things. So you know, you no longer have like a bag of hit points that you have to kind of constantly keep mathing it out. You just simply have some checkboxes and just do some quick damage comparisons with the thresholds. That's all the math you need to do. Just the dice rolls and do some quick comparisons, and then after that you're done. This being your major like aspect of figuring out like, okay, in what kind of state am I right now?
So setting appropriate difficulty values for your players is a time-honored tradition for many game masters. And when it comes to Daggerheart, a general good rubric to follow when setting difficulty values is a range of 5 being very easy, like extremely easy, up to 15 being your standard average difficulty, all the way up to 30 and more being nearly impossible.
You should also be aware of the circumstances surrounding action rolls, because they may grant advantage or disadvantage. For example, maybe you're attempting to lift a broken carriage out of a muddy ditch in the pouring rain, and if that's the case, the GM may impose disadvantage on the strength roll to do that. This situational modifier is represented by including 1d6 with the action roll. With advantage, you add the sum of the d6 to the roll. If you have disadvantage, you subtract the value from the roll instead. Always remember that at any time, a player can give another player advantage on an action roll by spending 1 hope and describing how they're aiding their ally.
Now let's talk a little bit about how combat works.
Yeah, this one is like really quick. As I mentioned before, like the parallels to D&D are a bit obvious, because, you know, the number range with the 2d12s is kind of, it's almost in the same kind of range as the d20 system. So basically having the same difficulty thresholds as D&D makes sense. And, you know, I find I really like kind of the advantage disadvantage, because it simplifies it. It's the way I see it, and I think it applies it overall. It kind of removes that difficulty of, or not necessarily that difficulty, but that kind of weird asterisk that sometimes advantage and disadvantage, the disadvantage rule needs of, okay, you can add or remove, or you can add advantage or disadvantage only before you know the result. In this case, it doesn't matter as much. You can do it even do it like reactively, because, you know, it's just an additional number gain. It's not necessarily a reroll, because I feel like the reroll would have had a bit more of an impact, maybe. But I find it interesting and simple, and plus, you know, it doesn't necessarily. Also, it keeps it in the. It still makes it like an obvious increase compared to the reroll. But at the same time, it's not to an insane level, because it's a d6, not necessarily an additional d12. But you can also use hope to increase it further through experiences, if the roll has some kind of connection with experiences, which in this game's experiences are kind of like the skills. In other systems, or skills like or attributes, you know, like, I don't know, like weapon proficiencies, I don't know, animal handling, stealth, lockpicking, those kind of things. Here are a lot more like in a generical kind of generical description, where you mention like, okay, I have this kind of experience that is somewhat specific, but at the same time it offers you some room of interpretation, not necessarily too vague to be like, well, this covers everything, but not necessarily extremely specific where it becomes situational.
From the roll instead. Always remember that at any time.
Combat in Daggerheart is designed to be a free-flowing narrative experience with minimal stop-downs and a multitude of possibilities for theater of the mind and map-based conflict.
When you want to make an attack, you'll first ask the GM if it's in range of your weapon. So melee range means that you're within touching distance of the target. Very close is anywhere from like 5 to 10 feet away, or the shortest length of a game card when measured on a map. Close is between 10 and 30 feet, or about the length of a standard pen or pencil. Far is between 30 and 100 feet, or the length of a standard piece of paper. And very far is between 100 and 300 feet, or anything beyond the length of a piece of paper that's within the scene.
If it is in range, make an action roll and add any relevant modifiers. If the roll meets or beats that creature's individual difficulty score, it hits. Now simply roll your damage dice and add their values together.
Creatures also have minor, major, and severe damage thresholds, just like player characters, and a variable amount of hit points and stress, but they don't have armor or evasion scores like player characters.
Now for you GMs out there, if you're rolling to see if a creature hits a player character, you simply roll a d20, add the relevant modifiers from that monster's sheet, and see if it hits that player's evasion score. If it hits, roll for damage and the player determines if they'll spend armor slots to reduce it or how many hit points they have to mark thereafter.
Now, if your players are entering into a combat that will last for more than 1 or 2 turns, your GM may place an action tracker on the table. When an action tracker is out, players add a token to it whenever they make an action roll. Players will continue to make action rolls in combat until they fail and/or roll with fear, which then allows the focus to shift to the GM to make what's called a GM move.
Now, a GM move is literally just the GM taking a turn. So after a player rolls with fear and/or fails an attack roll, the GM then has the opportunity to spend any number of action tokens from the tracker and activate that many enemy combatants. So all those turns the players took in succession now have turned into resources for me. After the GM turn is resolved, play then passes back to the players.
Anytime, GMs can also spend 2 action tokens to gain 1 fear token. Remember those? How every time your player characters roll with fear, the GM collects a fear token? Well, here's where they factor in. At any point during combat, a GM can spend 2 of the fear tokens accrued during a session to make a GM move without needing the players to roll a failure or with fear.
Additionally, GMs can spend fear tokens to activate special abilities of adversaries, or generate action tokens for themselves, or make particularly big and dramatic GM moves.
If things go really bad in or out of combat, character death in Daggerheart is a real possibility, but the system offers players 3 options to choose from when the character marks their final hit point.
The first option is called Blaze of Glory. This option lets your character, you guessed it, die in a glorious and heroic fashion, where they take one final action that will be an automatic critical success before passing into the great beyond.
Then there's the ever-popular Avoid Death and Face the Consequences, where your character drops unconscious and cannot take any actions until they get at least 1 hit point back. When this happens, you roll your fear die, and if it's equal to or under your level, you gain a scar, which means you permanently cross out one of your hope slots.
And finally, there's Risk It All, our personal favorite, I believe, which leaves it all up to chance. You roll your duality dice. If your hope die is higher, you stay on your feet and clear an amount of hit points and/or stress equal to the value you roll on your hope die. But if your fear die is higher, you immediately cross through the veil of death. Now, if the duality dice are tied, which once again is a critical success in Daggerheart, you don't just stay on your feet, you also clear all of your hit points and stress, renewed and ready to go right back into it.
Now that we've covered all the stuff you can do in combat, let's touch on some of the stuff you can do during your downtime.
Yeah, the overall combat, it's really interesting. First of all, as I mentioned before, I really like this kind of... It really embraces the makeshift aspect of ttrpg. Like, you know, you don't have to be math, you don't have to be precise, you can use like some general items that have an overall kind of generic size, the generic measurement. So, you know, touching the start of a card, the center pencil, all that kind of aspect. I really find it fun that they've embraced this kind of idea with it. It keeps it simple, so you never necessarily feel pressure that you, in order to be like precise with the game, you have to invest in some kind of, I don't know, some kind of, you know, wacky, you know, cone abilities, cone like you know, display pieces or those kind of things to measure out. You can just simply say, oh, I have this A4 size paper, that should do it to me. And of course the action side, I really like it how it's more on this kind of dynamic side, and as I mentioned, the more into this kind of dynamic difficulty, because the better the player performs, the more the the game master will also kind of react back, and you know, with more possibilities, not just simply having the same number of attacks as the party, but could also just you know, activate like special abilities using the fear tokens, and kind of pushing this kind of, there's a video that Matt Colville kind of discussed about that enemies should be more action oriented, where they're not just necessarily a bag of hit points that also strike back. They should also have some interesting mechanics or interesting elements that, you know, kind of change the flow of combat and make you a bit more tactical and make you think and make you kind of, you know, strategize, synergize, or, you know, cooperate in some way. To, you know, enemies should also be like could also be a puzzle, not just, as I said, like a sponge of numbers that you need to, you know, just drop down slowly. And this, you know, character death option, I like it that they give you the option. Basically, each player has their own choice every time this happens. As you know, Blaze of Glory, for example, could be the option for some player that, you know, maybe they feel like in this moment it's right for their character to pass on, or maybe at the same time it could be like, you know, I think I've got most of the enjoyment out of this character. This could be my opportunity, so I can just pass on and just make, so at this point I can just also make a new character so I can keep my fun. Because, you know, if you no longer enjoy playing what you're playing, that's why should you, like, that at the very least have a discussion with the game master and find ways to kind of improve that. And if that means having a completely different character, this kind of gives you more of the kind of proactive choice instead of just simply discussing with the aside from discussing with the DM. Avoid death, face consequences is kind of the safer options, of course, kind of more in line with the other system where, you know, you're unconscious, you have to wait for your party to assist you, so you never necessarily full on die. And of course, risky roll, which is kind of the chaotic option, which I really find it interesting, and I'm really curious how many people actually push into this one. I might experiment on it myself when I have the opportunity to play, which I find it really interesting. So yeah, now jumping to the last thing.
When you take a short rest in Daggerheart, you can spend about an hour doing 2 of the following options.
You can tend to your wounds or another player's wounds, clearing 1d4 hit points. You can blow off some steam and clear 1d4 of your stress. You can spend time mending your armor or another person's armor and clear 2 marked armor slots. Or you can simply spend the time preparing yourself for the path ahead and gain a hope.
If you're able to make camp and relax for a few hours, you can take a long rest and choose 2 of the following. Clear all marked hit points, clear all marked stress, fully mend your armor, clearing all marked armor slots, or do this on an ally. You can prepare and gain 1 hope, or you can choose to prepare with 1 or more members of your party and instead take 2 hope each. Lastly, you can work on a project. It takes a substantial amount of time, like deciphering an ancient codex or crafting a new weapon. The GM will assign this project a countdown, and each time you work on this project, you tick down that countdown until the project is complete.
Now, when you're at level 5 or above, during a long or short rest, you can swap domain cards in your loadout with any domain cards in your vault. This is useful because you can only have 5 domain cards in your loadout at a time, but you really don't have to worry about that until higher levels anyway. I think that's it.
I think that's all.
I think that wraps up our quick and dirty overview of the Daggerheart rule set as it currently sits. I know it's a lot up front, like any game system is, but it's...
Yeah, the short is like, I like that. Again, short is not necessarily just a simple thing that, you know, just take a short and basically everything here, it's once again at 100%. Here, you know, it's a bit more pick and choose, which kind of adds to the intensity of certain session and or encounters where maybe you're in a dungeon crawl, which is a lot maybe more grueling, a lot more gruesome, not necessarily mid-grindy, but that kind of really pushes you to the limit. So basically having short rests and equally long rests that don't necessarily offer you full replenishments still keep that challenge, and, you know, make sure that even if the DM doesn't necessarily the game master doesn't necessarily play too much into the idea that, okay, if you're long resting in a dangerous scenario, I should probably think of some ways where you encounter enemies. Even so, at the very least the system offers some other kind of downfalls, because, you know, not necessarily, because then, you know, the players will long rest will only gain a few things, then we'll have to jump into it, but not necessarily still not be at 100% even if they long rest. So yeah, but as mentioned, yeah, overall that's kind of the overview of the system and what it kind of covers it. Again, there's some changes here. Maybe some elements of this overview may not necessarily be as current to the changes to that the system has received at the beginning of the week. As I mentioned, the stress points when it came to receiving minor damage is no longer, from what I understand, is no longer part of it, which is now something that I'm actually gonna look into right now, because this is kind of the first thing I'm gonna check. To be clear, I'm gonna look into in detail to the sections that I've already covered in previous streams. For the sections that I haven't yet covered, I'm just gonna go as usual without never mentioning necessarily the past version of the system, simply because, first of all, I don't necessarily have it here available on the website, and secondly, I don't think it's necessarily worth discussing. If they made this change, the change was made for a reason. Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, there are two ways you can get the playtest material. You can go to daggerheart.com and you get it. You know, you just put in your email, and you'll get a folder of PDF files with all the required material, including like a playtest like adventure that you can try it out. Aside from all of the required materials like character sheets, which in this case are class specific. They are not necessarily generic like sheet for every player. Depending on what class you choose, you're gonna have a sheet specifically for your class and all that kind of stuff, and all the required materials. Or you can just go to Demiplane and to the Daggerheart section, and they have this kind of compendium style, a lot more organized, kind of in this kind of compendium style version, because the Daggerheart material is split into multiple PDFs, so this one at the very least it gives you a easier way to kind of navigate, which is the one I'm currently using to go through the entire playtest material. So, as I mentioned, currently going to the changes. This section, because they have like a changelog section, which is really nice that they added it, because it's really. Because at the very least, you can also keep track of the stuff how things have evolved along the way. So yeah, universal changes. This section summarizes the significant changes since previous playtests. Some of these changes may be permanent, while others allow the design team to compare playtest reception to various approaches. So yeah, another thing to mention, that in some cases maybe the certain changes may not necessarily be permanent. They might just be an option that they push out to the players to be like, hey, try this method, and they kind of do some what in the industry is called is basically A/B testing. If you have two methods into solving a problem, or if you have two solutions into solving a problem, but you're not sure which one is the most efficient one, you simply just do A/B testing. You basically rudimentarily implement both of them and experiment both, and through experimentation you figure out to see which one yields the better results. In case you're not necessarily from a pure analytical perspective, you don't necessarily know which one would be the better choice. Not necessarily the better choice, the desired choice, because it's not necessarily a thing of one option is better than the other, but it's more an issue of is this the change that we want and it's needed compared to the other one, because the outcome is what is important, and it kind of goes into the more generic mantra of game design mechanics, dynamics, aesthetics, where does it push into the behavior and into the experiences and emotions that we want or not, because that's kind of the important factor, not necessarily the idea of one is something is universally better than the other, because in most cases there isn't that kind of a thing in game design. Yeah, the first change, damage threshold, adjusted the damage threshold across all classes. Stress points are no longer marked when you take damage below your minor threshold. This simplifies armor thresholds and this HP decision process during combat. I do want to see where exactly. Oops. Do I not have a? Maybe I have a. Oh yeah, I have a different page. Let me just quickly look into this, because I think I've looked a bit into the damage Planning for the adventure. Oh, I think it's probably on this one, yeah. Section 0, get the character sheet, choose your class. Ancestry, assign character trait, record additional character information. Yeah. Damage threshold and hit points. At first level, usually mark at least 1 hit point on your character sheet each time you take damage. As you gain levels, 1 second. Okay, so damage below your minor threshold, you mark no HP. So if it's above minor, you mark 1 HP. If it's above major, you mark 2 HP. If it's above severe, you mark 3 HP. But if it's below your minor, you mark no HP. Make a death move. When an effect requires to mark a stress point, your character do so in your character sheet. Whenever you mark your last stress, you become vulnerable until you either at least one stress or clear the vulnerable condition through other means. If you ever forced to mark a stress point but your slots are already full, you must instead mark a hit point. Stress for adversaries. Some adversaries' actions might require to mark stress. These actions represent adversary abilities to demoralize you, exhaust you. Yeah, so from what I see, what I'm seeing so far, yeah, basically you don't mark anything if it's below your minor. Which basically means that even you can even get into situations where even if you hit, your blow might just be you know, might not offer any kind of meaningful effect to your adversary. Okay, fair enough. GM moves and fears. I'm pretty sure I have not yet jumped into the GM, the game master side of the system. Change the GM role structure, so you can now choose to make a move or take fear on rolls with fears, not both. This reduces the fear economy and impacts the balance of if or how much fear is spent on adversary moves. Also streamline what you can spend fear on, taking weight of the GM's side of play. Okay, so I'm guessing they also simplified probably the issue. There was an issue here where I'm guessing there was kind of a huge stockpile of fear, or at the very least there were too many options when it came to using fear for certain in-game combat actions. Stress points. The starting number of stress points slots for all available players is now 6. Stress points are no longer marked when you take damage below your minor threshold, which was mentioned. Use an action. Added the use an action phrase to moves that require a token to be added. The action tracker during combat, even if they don't require action rolls to use. And they've also done some chapter reorganization. Part of the game added section ruling over rules about focusing on narrative instead of the letter of the law, which I'm pretty sure, let's see. I think it was here. Getting started. Let me just ruling over rules. Let me see. I think this is a different, yeah, a different section. Yeah, it's a completely new section. So let's check it out in the introduction area. So, ruling over rules. It is the job of the game master, as well as the rest of the players at the table, to prioritize rulings over rules. This text offers answers for many questions your table may have about the game, but it won't answer all of them. When in doubt about how a rule applies, the GM should make a ruling that aligns with the narrative. For example, there is a weapon in Daggerheart called a grappler. It lets you pull a close target into melee with you. If you try to use it against an entire castle, the weapon text doesn't say you can't do that, but it doesn't make sense with the narrative. So the GM might let you pull a few bricks out of the wall instead of the entire wall. As a narrative-focused game, this is not a place where technical, out-of-context interpretations of the rules are encouraged. Everything should flow back to the fiction, so the GM has the authority and responsibility to make rulings for the table about how those rules are applied. So yeah, this is more of rules as intended, not rules as written. This is not about you know, going into the minute details of the text. It's more about like, okay, what is the intention of this rule and what exactly it should be applied, and add, you know, some level of narrative and common reason to it. Of course, maybe with certain justification and maybe with some additional like extra roles or extra assistance from maybe other party members. Maybe the whole, you know, removing the wall of the castle wall could be done with some additional assistance in other aspects that don't just basically say that this is the power of the grappler. No, maybe you can use the grappler into doing this alongside some other stuff, but on its own you should not necessarily take it to the T that everything the grappler gets results into applying the rule. So yeah, that makes sense. Safety. In the safety tools, they move the lines, evades, X card, and door policy from a table to chapter 3. Sessions is 0 and safety tools, which I'm not sure if I fully. No, I don't think I fully went into it. No, I think that's something that's a bit later in the. I think so. I think it's probably in the running for an adventure. Actually, let me double check. Yeah, it's in the running an adventure, which is a chapter later on in the compendium. But I've checked the safety tools already, so that's not necessarily an issue there. Chapter 1, preparing for an adventure. Classes, interesting community features rewarded. Many features for clarity. The only changes itemized below are those that change not only in wording but also in intended effect. So there were some changes in the classes. I modified the ancestry features, update all ancestry descriptions with lifespans and other minor adjustments. Community stuff. Update all community descriptions. Expand a list of suggestions for pair characters and experiences. So because I think from this point on, some of the changes I haven't looked into these chapters yet with these changes. So I'm gonna quickly jump into the ancestry and community because this is all the previous got stuck. Whoa, easy. Because heritage, which basically is the ancestry and community, I've checked them out the last stream, so I'm just gonna quickly skim through them now to see if there's anything specifically changed from last time, and after that I'm gonna jump into the classes. Experiences, I think it only expanded the list of suggestions, which should mean, let me check. I don't think it's introduction. I think it's preparing for the adventure, character creation, choose your experiences. Yeah, I think it's this list. Yeah, which is I think it's a lot more emphasized, but I don't think it's necessarily a reason to look into them. So let's jump back into, let's see the changes with the ancestries. I've already kind of discussed all of this. The heritage system, basically, it's kind of it's split into two major components. The first component is ancestry, which is kind of with other system representative of the kind of physicality and physical appearance and kind of racial aspects of your character in as it is called in other system. In here it's called Ancestry, while the other segment is the other half of heritage is community, which is more about the lifestyle and the kind of teachings and learnings that you've kind of been encountering, and kind of the community that you've been surrounded with, and the kind of teachings you've received as an individual. So yeah, Clanks might take a while to load. Does it? I don't think it mentions immortality, because I think overall it's the same. Purposeful design, decide whether you were created by and decide who you were created by and for what purpose. When you generate experiences or character creation, choose one that reflects this purpose specifically. Actually, let me... 1 second. Because I don't think it's all of the stuff changed. Sorry about this. So... Okay, Demon is the first change. Let me... On average, yeah, oh, yeah, it's the last line. So on average, demons live up to 350 years, and some attribute this lifespan to their deific lineage, so they are one of the older races. Fearless, when you roll with fear, you can mark 2 stress to make it roll with hope instead. Interesting. I think it was different beforehand. Dread Visage, you have advantage rolls to intimidate non-demon creatures. This was the this one is unchanged. The other one is Dracona. Similar 350 years lifespan. However, the sharing is probably losing any incisors, unlike the other dragon. Dracona do not possess wings and cannot fly without magical aid. Yeah, overall it's similar. I think mostly the same arc concepts. So, elemental breath. At character creation, choose one of the following elements to describe your elemental breath: fire, ice, lightning, poison, acid. Spend a hope to make an instinct roll. Okay, using your breath against an enemy or group of enemies within close range. Deal d8 magic using your proficiency to all enemies you succeeded against. So the amount of proficiency you have, it's the amount of d8 dice you use. That's basically it. So it is kind of an ever-growing like dice pool. It's, you know, within close range, which is the length of a standard pencil. Is dwarf one of the changes? No, fairy and fawn. So dwarf has nothing, elf has nothing, fairy. All fairies possess membranous wings and go through unique process of metamorphosis throughout their relatively short lifespans of usually no more than 50 years. So yeah, they're kind of a shorter lifespan race. Wings mark stress to take flight for a number of minutes equal to your level. While flying, your evasion score increases by 1. I think the evasion is the added thing. I'm not fully sure. Or I think the time, because I don't think it was mentioned time before. Luckbender. 1 per session. After you or an ally in close range make an action roll, you can spend free hope to allow a reroll of the duality dice. If you do, take the new result. Ooh, interesting. I think this was different beforehand. So that's interesting. So they can impose a reroll. That's cool. Most of the concept, I'm not really gonna check it because I've looked at it beforehand. If I notice like some new concept, yes, I'm gonna stop and look at it. But if it's the same one, I'm not gonna. There's a preview. You have access to the previous VODs if you want to check out more of my discussion about the ancestries and communities. So the other one was fun. Leap. You can easily leap to close range across gaps or chasms without making an agility roll. Nice. Kick. On a successful melee attack, you can mark a stress to kick yourself off of the target, adding 2d6 damage and pushing either them or yourselves out of melee range. Cool. Initially it was you had like a headbutt attack, so they added a bit more of a utility to the fawn compared to what they had previously. Okay, so there's also Furbolg is the same. Fungrel. Hold up, this is new. Actually, let me just look at this skin because I skipped a few of them just to make sure that there wasn't some new concept. No, there isn't. So Fungrel, from what I see, has some new concept images. Fungrel naturally grow fungus or mushroom caps on their head, and these caps can grow into any size of any type of appearance. Some fungi have one cap, while others have many caps, and can also be modified or forced to grow into particular shapes, which is interesting. Fungi limbs tend to have very human-like appearances, but certain limbs may appear less human, such as hands, feet, noses, etc. Here kind of shows you kind of the cap sizes: normal cap size and overgrown cap size, which is kind of neat. Fungal caps continuously grow over time, much like I'm guessing how human, because of this, fungus often need to trim and shave their caps for their comfort. When fungal age, their caps tend to grow very large. As a result, the cap can become heavily and restrictive without proper care. Damaged. Fungal caps can often get damaged and cut, especially when adventuring. Damaged caps will naturally regrow back to their normal shape with enough time and care, so they're not necessarily a permanent effect. Decorated fungal decorate, cut, and shape their caps as a means of self-expressions. To fungus, this is no different than a human styling hair. So yeah, additional kind of points of methods of inspiration when it comes to designing. Okay, ancestry feature: Circle of Life. You can draw the last life essence from the recently deceased. When within very close range of a creature who marks their last hit point and dies, spend 2 hope to describe what death ritual you perform and clear one of your one of your hit points, I'm guessing. Interesting. Initially because I remember initially they had this kind of ability where they kind of access the kind of hive mind of fungrels, which was kind of an open interpretation feature, which was neat, but probably not a lot of mechanical uses. So I feel from what I've seen, they kind of push that now all ancestries have some kind of mechanical use out of them, not just flavor or storyteller kind of elements that push necessarily to kind of a narrative or a story. And yeah, this one is interesting because, you know, we can basically they can be a close combatant, especially the close combatant types. Fungus can now basically become like these kind of tanks by simply killing adversaries, gaining some hit points back, and all that kind of stuff. But of course, not necessarily consistently, because you still require a hope as a resource in order to use it. Galapa is also another one changed. So Shell of Protection: add your proficiency to your armor score. I think initially it was something different. If you decide not to wear armor, your shell is your active armor and has an armor score equal to your proficiency. I see. So you even if you do not wear armor, you can still benefit from the effects of an armor because of your shell. But even so, additionally, the shell can be additional armor, so it's not necessarily a choose one over the other. It can actually, it's an additive effect. So that is, so yeah, that's nice. Oh, they changed some stuff to the humans. From what I see, the giants are the same. Goblins as well. Nothing new to the halfling. So ancestry, so human. Perseverance. When you fail a roll that utilizes one of your experiences, you can mark a stress to reroll. You must take the new result. Oh, hi fella. How's it going? Sup? Still waiting for first session. One guy who I asked to join is super excited, while two who originally asked me if I would run games have yet to study at all, but asked me to also GM D&D campaign, which I agreed to, and they have yet to store it at all also. I see. Well, I understand the... You know, everybody has their... oh, to study it also. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. Yes, I can understand it. Again, all of it, it's too... Actually, question. Are you doing like a pre-made module or or are you doing something homebrew for the D&D campaign specifically? Because there might be a solution here depending on what you're using. So yeah, looking at the... I think it's overall the same. I don't remember. Actually, now if I look at the ancestry feature. But also, you know, it's great that, you know, they're interested and they want to, but, you know, I think that... I understand that everybody has their own thing and their, you know, their busy schedules and all that kind of stuff. You don't necessarily always have the time, but you should, to some extent, maybe push or kind of in the direction of, hey, you should at the very least, you know, look, I'm putting all of this effort and figuring out how to, you know, do the campaigns and all of this. If you really want to, you know, do this, let's start with something at the very least. Let's have some start off point, like, you know, push them a bit to the aspect of, hey, you don't have to put all the effort necessarily to my extent, but at the very least put in some effort, because I'm also putting some effort here, because at the end of the day, DMing is a level of effort, and you should, and you know, it should be also kind of a show of kind of mutual respect of, you know, you're respecting the time that I've put into this by also putting a bit of time into it as well. Yeah, story is homebrew, but it's 5e when it comes to rules. Okay. There are some, I think you can find them digitally. I'll have to look it up, because I'm not fully sure. Because one of the first campaign that I've ever DM'd, which was the Dragon of Icefire Peaks, which is a starting adventure. It's a starter module. Adventure module. It offers you like cards, action cards that you can give to the players, which give you like quick bullet point notes on what the player can do in combat in a turn. So, and you can basically give that to the players as kind of a reference. So maybe look into that, like have some kind of you know, certain, you know, cards or information that can be readily available to the player, constantly accessible. So basically, like, look, you don't necessarily have to learn how the combat functions from overall, because I have this you know, this info cards that you can have accessible, you can have access to at any point in the game. You keep them on your hand, so if you forget something, you can just check your card before doing anything else. Aside from all of the aspects of, hey, you know, in the first few sessions, be a bit more lenient when it comes to, you know, taking time with their turns and making decisions, and maybe in some cases even roll back with certain decisions if they realize that, oh, maybe this is not necessarily what they wanted, and that kind of stuff. And also, because it's something I've also discussed, because I'm also currently planning in being part of a ttrpg group as well right now, and it's something I've discussed with the game master of that group, because I'm not the one GMing, because it's a system that I'm not familiar with. It's a new system I'm playing. I've discussed with the game master, and the game master made it very clear that, hey, most of you are new to this system, it's fine. In the first few sessions, I'm also gonna roll back with the rule of, hey, if certain aspects of your character you do not like or you want to change, I will allow you to change them, so you have a good time in the long run. So you can also implement that to that ruling of, hey, even if you make decisions, don't worry about being a permanent decision. You can change it you can change it after the fact, after a few sessions, if you come to quickly to the conclusion that you're not enjoying yourself. Like, I literally organized this videos to watch and sites to read, and they have said have not found time when I've seen them both being out drinking or playing hours on end. I sure don't expect them to read and watch it like the Bible, but come on, 3 weeks I've searched it all, studied it in all 1 week plus GM stuff, and I don't have teach them, and you don't have to learn all, and I teach while we go. Yeah, this kind of pushes into that direction of you kind of have to put your foot down a bit and be like, hey, look, if you want to commit to this, I put in time, I've made preparations, I made the effort, I've offered you all of the tools, anything necessary to make the effort easier for you. I'm also expecting you can maybe even give them like a ballpark time amount to spend. Like, at the very least, let's say I'm expecting you to at the very least once a week put in an hour into this and figuring it out. Like, not necessarily even like 1 hour a day, maybe even, I don't know, 1 hour a week, to just look at the stuff I've gave you, have some ideas, and in that hour that you're also studying or looking into it, reach out to me and I can assist you, because that's also another thing. Or maybe another thing that you can try and push, because that's something I've done with the current group that I'm a player of. Have some impromptu, like, pre-session zeros, like basically quick get-togethers that you can organize that have nothing to do with actually playing the game, but more about like, hey, let's figure out the game, let's figure out the characters in a slow process. Like, currently we had like 2 get-togethers, and even to this point we haven't fully fleshed out the characters, but we just hanged around, had chats, looked at our character sheets, slowly made additional improvements, and as the game master was part of the chat, we also had question discussion like, hey, what's with this ruling, what's with this part of the character, mostly focused on the character sheet. Like, even that, because once they have the character, kind of the ball kind of rolls at that point on. I did put vote when we play. The excited friend, my brother-in-law little brother, is ready to go, so I decided either they join or they shall wait until we have done our one-on-one sessions. Oh, until our one-on-one sessions are done. That also can be a thing. To be fair, this one is a bit cheeky. You could play into FOMO. You could be like, yo, I've already planned my sessions, I'm already gonna start doing them. If you don't have your character ready or you don't have anything prepared, I'm just gonna run my sessions and you're gonna join whenever you're ready, and that's it. That could also be a thing that you can push. It's a bit, it's kind of a cheeky, maybe a bit petty kind of way of saying like, look, I'm still gonna start no matter if you're ready or not, because I have somebody that is ready. And if for you it's comfortable, to have one-on-one sessions, that's totally fine. Yeah, if you don't put the effort, sit and be left out. Yeah, basically that. So yeah, if you're completely comfortable with just DMing for one person and doing that on your own and be like, hey, if you don't want to put the effort and do this, that's your problem. I already have somebody that wants to play and it's ready to do it. I'm gonna start doing it. It doesn't bother me that it's only one person, so it's your deal. So yeah, you can also push into that if you wanna. It's but yeah, if you also kind of had the expectations or that kind of, or the kind of desire to have a bigger group, just add NPCs so we both have fun. Yes, there is in D&D there is the companion. They have like a companion system, which is basically kind of a NPC playable character that you as a DM can use, but it's not necessarily to the same details and power level as the player character. So even if you are assisting your players with an NPC, the players are still gonna be the ones in the spotlight. They are gonna be the ones with the most abilities, the most proficiencies and features and all that kind of stuff. Your NPCs are more of a compact kind of a, you know, companion sidekick. Actually, wait, I forgot. Yeah, sidekicks. They are called sidekicks. I forgot about that because literally it's that concept of they are the party's sidekick. They can join. So yeah, you can have that for your one-on-one sessions. Instead, if you can't, you know, convince or can't really push the other people into you know, putting the effort and join. Because at the end of the day, we have to make this clear. So 1 second. The DM is putting an effort, so the player should also put an effort. If the players don't reciprocate, I'm sorry, you're gonna be left out. There shouldn't be no hard feelings. I put an effort. That, you know, there shouldn't, because it's a weird level of entitlement. Like, the player should not be entitled of not making the bare minimum at the very least when it comes to investing into the campaign and into the sessions. Because at the end of the day, you're taking time of your day, even by simply putting time in your schedule to be like, hey, look, I'm putting time to meet with all of you and do this. Aside from all of the other monumental stuff that I'm doing behind the scenes before starting the session. Of course, but then players can feel like there's more community element. Other one that I thought was just when they say they are ready, I just tell them I'm not interested anymore. But the player can feel like there is more community. I mean, yeah, you can harbor the yeah, this is a bit difficult because if you want to harbor a bit more, that would be the ultimate, you know, the pettiness. Yeah, if you really want to be petty about it, you could basically say, like, once they are done, I'm like, you know, I'm not gonna run. To be fair, it's not necessarily petty, because I've had conversations with people where, like, they're like, I think I've talked with one of my players that he's also part of other games and actual D&D games, and one of his DMs wanted to bring back one of their campaigns and constantly kind of basically constantly like poked to some of the other the other players, be like, hey, I'm getting back to figure out this campaign, you should, you know, let's get back together. And they didn't put any effort, to the point where, like, the game master, you know, in a valid manner and, you know, understandably so, it was like, you know what, I've asked you one too many times. At this point, nah, you're not gonna get it. Even if you ask me again, I'm not gonna do it. And just did his own thing with other people, or with the ones that they showed interest and investment. And at the end of the day, and that's something I've also done, because with the campaign that I've first DM'd at was an 8-player campaign initially, but it slowly whittled down, it's like kind of slowly trickled the number of players. Initially, you know, I reached out to those players and be like, hey, today was the session, why are you not here, why didn't you at the very least, you know, give me a heads up and be like, hey, I can't be in today, I'm doing something else, I have some other stuff to do. And at the very least, you know, give me the courtesy of be like, yo, I can't join, I can't be here today. Make that minimal effort. And when I realized that I'm not even receiving that courtesy, I was like, at this point, I'm just gonna continue running my sessions, and I'm not even gonna bother them. I'm just gonna run them with the people that are here present and all that. I'm not even gonna make the effort anymore, or use my energy to reach out to other people that can't even put on the same effort, do the same effort back to me, you know. So yeah, at some point, yeah, you have to put your foot down and be like, this is it. This is my minimum requirement. If you cannot meet it, I'm sorry, you're not gonna be part of it until you prove to me, or either until you prove to me that you can, or maybe indefinitely. Like, of course, because from what I think you told me previously, a lot of the other players that wanted to join are people that you know of and you are close to, so maybe not necessarily be as harsh. You could be a bit more lenient, but hey, kind of, you know, make some clear boundaries when it comes to this. Like, I thought the saying, the DM is like nagging matter to the players, and players are like children. Some are disciplined and follow orders, and some are just brats. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, there are different flavors of players, and you know, maybe some players that you vibe with, some players that you don't vibe with. That's totally understandable, and something that you figure out with time and realize, like, as maybe you're gonna run like a session or like a few like a small campaign with some people, but then by the end of it you realize, okay, I enjoy being with these people, but maybe with not these people from the overall party that I've had. So maybe, you know, when you're doing your next thing, you're maybe not necessarily gonna reach out to all of them. You're gonna only reach out to those who know, put in the you know, first and foremost, you are kind of in the same mindset, are in an agreement. There is not necessarily animosity, and equally make the game enjoyable for both you and them. And those players that, you know, seem like to somehow make actions that either spoil the game for you, not even necessarily intentionally, just simply, hey, maybe they're the type of player that don't necessarily vibe with your type of game master style, or the type of game that you're running, or all those kind of things. You're like, okay, look guys, I've run a few sessions with you, or I will run a campaign with you, but I came to the conclusion you're not necessarily, your style of play and what you desire out of the game is not the kind of game I want to run. So it'll be best if we looked for different, I look for different players, you look for a different GM that can facilitate the needs that we want. So yeah, you could still be nagging, but as I said, at a certain point, be like, this is it. These are my requirements. If you cannot meet them, I'm sorry, you can't be a part of the game. I'm putting effort, putting my own time into this, my own free time, my own effort into making sure that you can also join in and have an enjoyable time. If you can't even put the bare minimum, sorry, you should not receive the privilege of being in the game. So yeah, that's kind of it at this point, because even to me, it at a point it gets tiring to constantly nag somebody like, hey, I need this, hey, I need this, hey, I need this. Because compare it to work, if at work you had a coworker that you had to constantly be like, hey, I need this, you know, I need this thing from you, and you know, maybe it's not necessarily high effort and all that, and the coworker constantly puts it off. It becomes a problem that at a certain point, you either, you know, it either escalates to somewhat higher up in the management, or be like, you know what, I'm no longer gonna ask you for cooperation from you. I'm gonna ask cooperation from somebody else in my work group, and that's it. My requirements is be there on time, and that's all I'm asking at this point. It's fine. At this point, yeah, sure. If that to you is all that you want, okay, that's totally fair. But again, I'm of that personal impression that at the very least they should put a bit of effort of figuring out what they're doing, and what of course, not necessarily being them being first players, we can be a bit lenient, but especially for experienced players, or players that have been in this kind of space for a slightly longer time, be a bit more pushy when it comes to, hey, look, you kind of know already this kind of stuff, you kind of understand the system, you kind of get it at this point, so you can, from this moment on, you could at the very least make the effort of learning some aspects of the game that I shouldn't necessarily constantly remind you or constantly keep track of you, like elements about your character, like how your class functions at the core level. I'm referring, by the way, I'm not necessarily mentioning the specifics, but of course, as I mentioned, this may be for players that have already put in some time and actually played for a while, not necessarily first time players. But I'm gonna say, you know, be careful. At a certain point, you should increase your expectations, because if you let your players always believe that you're gonna be there to offer them the solutions, it's gonna become tiring. Because if you're gonna constantly be there to constantly remind them of every little aspect, or every aspect, or even main feature or main aspect of their character that they should have known by now, it's gonna become tiring. It's gonna break the flow of the game, and with time it's gonna become even annoying to you. And like, my expectation for those two is low, and the other one is my best friend. yeah, I mean, you can adjust your expectation and adjust how you handle each player accordingly, because at the end of the day, similar to other mediums, everybody is different, so you should treat them accordingly. You shouldn't necessarily treat them like to an equal level in the sense of hey, you have a better understanding at this kind of things, you have a better understanding of this kind of thing, so I should approach my teaching methods in different ways. That's kind of what I mean when I'm referring to, you know, make sure that you treat them to the level that they would understand. But yeah, as I mentioned, make your expectation clear, put your foot down. If those expectations are not met, we could even put on a deadline to add a bit of pressure to them. If that deadline is not met, oh well, just go ahead with what you were planning with the people that have put the effort, and that's it. But the fact is, they asked me, so someone who has never played. I know, it's the ridiculousness of it. This one, personally, I have not fully encountered it. I've encountered people that, you know, because even in my case, for the ones that I've kind of slowly faded away from my groups, they were also kind of the ones that were like, hey, if you are gonna run this game, I would be interested to join you. So they showed interest, and they showed at the very least the minimum interest of being there for the first few sessions. Now that the interest dwindled and they didn't necessarily make the effort to at the very least make it clear to me and be like, hey, look, can't really keep it at a consistent level, or necessarily I don't necessarily want to continue doing it, that's another thing. But I'm not sure if, I haven't really necessarily encountered, because at the very least, though, of the ones that I've kind of kept around when it came to, you know, ttrpg groups, they are the ones that kind of have this excitement, or at the very least tell it to me straight, like, hey, I'm up for it. I might not necessarily be up for it at this point, because I've had, like, even with the groups that I've run most of my games, I've had periods of times, like moments in time where they said it to me, say, look, at this point in time, for X amount of time, or for an indefinite amount of time, I might not necessarily be interested or can't really do it. So they've been straightforward with me. Yeah, in the situation that you mentioned me, that they are the ones that, you know, initiated, and at the same time they don't necessarily put in the effort. I don't know, to me it shows that they have some expectation out of it, but maybe it's an expectation different to yours. Maybe they've seen something from TTRPG games that they want to experience, but I don't know, in a way that I'm guessing it's low effort from their side. I assume they got scared of all the learning material, and they both study in university. It's like 20 pages, 4 hours of videos, and like that's the minimum of it. And of course, yes, if there's always more, and there's always ways to kind of add more layers and add more depth to it. Again, at this point, that's kind of it. That's like essential. I mean, yeah, that's kind of it. As I said, you put your foot down. You mentioned like, hey, this is what I'm expecting out of you. If you cannot do it by, I don't know, X day, if you want to put a deadline. If not, you can just make it a bit more vague and just let it up to you. But the deadline at the very least can put a bit of pressure to them, and maybe, who knows, that aspect of a deadline might urgent them to actually put in the effort. If they don't show it, oh well, just run your game with the people that have showed interest and already put in the effort, and that's it. If at some point later on down the line they decide to make the effort, go ahead, you know, facilitate in any way possible. If not, that's it. Just run it with the people that can't do it, that want to do it. Next week is character creation for both Cyberpunk and D&D. Did they come or not? I mean, that's probably those sessions are probably the ones that are gonna tell you how exactly they're gonna be about it, and how exactly they're gonna approach these sessions. If they don't necessarily showed interest, or even in the minimal effort of being like present there, then that's more than enough information for you to be like, okay, I'm just gonna run it with those that are present. I know how session zeros work. Okay. I just wanted to mention it. Well, if you have a session zero plan, just make it, you know, kind of focus on character creation, making focus on all of those aspects, plus, you know, any kind of the. I mean, session zeros can differ from person to person, different from session to session, but you know, it should cover most of the what your campaign is gonna be about. You know, elements of character creation, how exactly maybe your characters could have a bit of could be interconnected, because that also adds a bit of layer and familiarity to the characters, not necessarily be full on annoying to each other. And of course, elements of, you know, safety tools, that kind of thing, in case you. Although from what I understand, overall there are people that you are familiar with, so maybe that aspect of it could be kept light if you know what, you know, what topics you can approach and what topics you cannot approach when it comes to safety tools. But that's kind of the gist of session zero, to clear out what the campaign is about, to make sure that, you know, to have like some kind of, at the very least, bare bones characters figured out, because some elements can be adjusted on as you go. And, you know, make sure that everybody is okay with everything. There's no line, nobody crosses any kind of line about certain, you know, sensitive topics, that kind of stuff. And who knows, and in some cases, some people, and I think you also mentioned it as well, might even jump into a quick, like, mini session after finishing most of the important aspects of session zero, so they can also get a bit of a flow of the game. So for some people, it's not necessarily, it doesn't feel like they've just been there to create a character and that's it, end of day. But yeah, next week is gonna offer you the answers that you want. Anyhow, moving back to this, although as I mentioned before anybody new here, I'm also opening these streams, aside from me just looking at the playtest material, they're also like a space for anybody to have conversations about like their D&D experiences. I can be here to also offer advice or from my own perspective on things, and or simply just discuss our experiences when it comes to the ttrpg space, the RPG community, and what experiences we've had along the way, as I've done right now. Yeah, feel free, as it happens so far, feel free to, you know, interact, chat, and ask for advice if you ever need it. So as I mentioned with this one, when you fail a roll to utilize experiences, you can mark stress to reroll, but you must take the new result. Although I think maybe there wasn't a stress aspect to it added for the reroll. Maybe, I'm not fully sure now, but overall feels mostly the same. I don't think this one, I don't think it was heavily changed. So Katari, is this? I think this image is new. It looks new. It doesn't seem familiar to me. Considering Katari appearances can range from feline-like big cats and domestic cats to human-like. Katari always have feline ears, even among those more human-like. So yeah, you can basically choose a scale of how much of a cat you are. You have access to the full furry scale. Katari bodies are normally covered in hair, but some can be naturally hairless. Katari often have long furry tails, yeah, understandably so. Katari eyes can have rounded or vertical slits, slit pupils, so basically you can choose between feline or human-like pupils. Katari may have sharp claws or nails, but human-like Kataris more often don't. Some Katari are digit-grade, naturally stand on toe digits, or plant grades, naturally standing flat-footed on their heels. So basically more feline-like or more human-like. Oh, sorry, this one. Just checking the ancestry. Yeah, I saw the message. I'm gonna read it really in a minute. Ancestry feature: feline instincts. Before you make an agility roll, you can spend a number of hope, adding to +1 to the roll resource for each hope you spend. So yeah, you can just use the roll to increase any kind of agility focused roll. That's nice. Orc is another one that was changed. Okay, so I did suggest Isekai style D&D to the excited one. Excited one was interested in those who did not, and the other two did not suggest anything. So I guess by majority vote we go with that. So they, or at least be. So, or let's be realistic at this point. He can create historic character. I mean, with the setting stuff, yeah, we can just simply jump into whatever the majority feels like it. I mean, basically the vocal majority or the vocal minority in this case, because technically it's the vocal minority. But yeah, if considering that also, because I initially wanted to mention that, you know, to make sure that you suggest something that you would be also interested in exploring, but seeing that you were the one that initiated and suggested the isekai style of campaign, then, you know, I'm guessing you're comfortable with this kind of concept. You have an idea of how to handle it, so you shouldn't necessarily, because that's kind of another thing when it comes to like what exactly is when it comes to running homebrew settings and stuff like that. It should be something that you also have some interest in it, not just really going with the vote of what your group wants without necessarily taking into account what you want. Because, you know, your enjoyment of the game, it's equally as important. But yeah, if the one that put in the effort and put in the interest made it vocal, then go with that. If the other two didn't necessarily lean in any direction, then yeah, consider it as an indifferent vote and just go with a vote that leaned in a certain direction, in a certain setting. Okay, study. At character creation, every time you level up, raise either your major or severe damage threshold by 1. I feel like initially they, if I remember, initially Sturdy had something different. I think it was about if they receive damage or not, because you could have, I think you could have utilized, I think, a hope die or something like that to lower the damage threshold. Basically have like a feature armor slot. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot to check some of the ages stuff. Typically orcs live like 125 years. To be fair, like, I'm not probably gonna jump into the ages again, because these are flavor aspects of the ancestries, which, you know, if you're running like a homebrew setting based around the system, you may not necessarily follow to a T. So oh well. So if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Ribbit is the last one they've made a change to. Amphibious. You can breathe and move underwater just as easily as on land. Long tongue. You can use your long tongue to grab things close to you. You can also mark a stress to unleash a finesse close weapon that does d12 damage using your proficiency. I think initially it was a hope die, or was it still a stress? I'm not fully sure, but I see that now they're also kind of specifying some more keywords like ranges and type of attacks, not just, because I feel like they weren't specific initially in what type of role they required. They did not comment at all, so going by saying quietness seems to be a sign of acceptance. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. They didn't lean into any direction, so just go with the with the choice that was at the very least shown some interest by anybody else. Okay, I think that's overall that covered the description. So let's jump to community. I'm mostly gonna jump to the ones mentioned here that also have some feature changes, because description wise, again, that's mostly flavor, so I'm not necessarily gonna push too much into it. So Highborn, for the Highborn community feature, you have advantage on rolls you make to consort with nobles, negotiate prices, or leverage reputation to get what you want. Okay, I feel like it overall was like similar. Maybe they've rewarded some things. Maybe it wasn't an advantage, it was something else. It'd be nice if I was able to roll back to the original version. I guess I could technically check the PDFs, but I don't necessarily know how exactly the PDFs are organized, because I've mostly used this. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep it here. Okay, I think Ridgeborn should be the next one. Oops. Yeah, Ridgeborn. Plus, I hope this will pull them into start be more active. Yeah, you can, as I mentioned, putting things like deadline, adding some elements of pressure are a good tool. And I'm gonna say tool because it's not necessarily malicious in any way. I'm speaking this as a neurodivergent and somebody that sometimes if I receive a deadline, that kind of shifts me into gear, because I will realize like, oh wait, I need to finish something by an X amount of date. If I leave it up into the air, of course I'm gonna delay, which reminds me I should finish some. I also have my ass on the line right now because I need to finish some character stuff, because I need to do some I need to give some character references for some character art, and my ass is on the line. I wanted to finish the character creation first, so I had an idea what to look for as references, and I haven't fully finished it yet. So yeah, adding pressure and deadlines, that kind of thing, it's not a malicious thing, and it's not necessarily even bullying. Sometimes it's actually a tool. As I said, I'm neurodivergent. For me, deadlines can help me out. Like, god damn it, give me a deadline, because that's a lot. That helps me into making the decision, because I know I have a time frame by the time I know in which I know I have to make a decision, even if it means that I'll just do it at last minute. At the very least, I know I'll do it. So that could apply the same for them. Like, be like, hey, I want this. I want you all to have at the very least this figured out, or this thing done by X, and even if they do it like last minute, that's it. Hi Pumpkin, how you doing? Having a nice Thursday? Enjoying yourself? Just checking out the some of the changes they've done with the recent update for the Daggerheart playtest system. I went through mostly all of it. At the very least, the stuff that I've checked out in previous streams, the material, the elements of the system that I haven't yet looked over, I'm not gonna look at the changes there, because I'm gonna basically discuss them with the changes applied. I'm alright. I just wrote a speech for my English class. Oh, nice. Like, what kind of speech? If you can offer details or want to, I'm not gonna pressure you into telling me. I'm just curious. Yeah, okay, so they mentioned Ridgeborn. Oh, talking about Dyson Spheres. Oh, I see. Fancy stuff. Interesting. Well, good luck with your speech. I hope it goes well. Okay, so what change we have here for the Ridgeborn? Steady. You have advantage on rolls to traverse dangerous cliffs, ledges, navigate harsh environments, and use your survival knowledge. Additionally, raise your severe damage threshold by 2. Ooh, interesting. I don't think you had this one beforehand. I think this one was still there, like in maybe worded differently, but I think it was like some elements about like you know, mountain environments where you can you have benefits with mountain environments. I'm not sure if it was again advantage, but the severe damage threshold, that's also like a nice addition. As I mentioned previously, you could still min-max with certain aspects of this game. Like if you really want to make a character really sturdy or a character really good at certain social skills or aspects of that, you still have those possibilities to really enhance that narrative and that kind of quality of the character. So I like it, but at the same time I really enjoy that it doesn't feel like any choice feels, you know, subjectively better than the other. Especially with some of the changes they've done with this version, it feels like now they kind of slowly putting it in kind of the same kind of benefit area. Hey, I have a Dyson cleaner too. They're the same thing, right? Yeah, ooh. Damn. Yeah, totally. Yeah, they're like that, you know, air cleaning headset, right? Like where I could just put on have a headset with a full-on mask that I look like a fucking transformer at that point. Because surely that's how, you know, that's how air purifying works. It was Dyson, right? I'm not mistaking it with like something else. I think it was Dyson. Fuck, I might be completely wrong. Okay, I think Seaborn was the other one. Yep. Ooh, I already see this one being different. Dyson spheres aren't the next step of mankind as civilization at all. No, why would they be? No, they just clean stuff. You know, that's all they do. There's nothing else about Dyson spheres. Nah, not at all. What? Energy good? Ah. No, the tide. You can sense the ebb and flow of life and have learned to embrace its rhythm. Ooh, kind of esoteric and deep. When you roll with fear, put a token on this card before you make an action roll. You can spend one or more of these tokens to add them as a +1 modifier to the roll. At the end of the session, clear all tokens on this card and gain that many hope. Nice. So before you make an action roll, you can spend one or more of these tokens to add them. Ah, interesting. It's actually, this kind of pushes into a different direction. Not necessarily as naval as before. It's a bit more esoteric in nature, this one. I don't know, the whole concept with that sphere is not only the amount of materials in his wheel, but also how to deliver that kind of energy. Yeah, but hey, if you want to become like a... Which one is like... I think... I forgot how they were called. Tiers? What is it, like a tier-free civilization? Something like that? I forgot. Ah, I worked on a sci-fi project beforehand, and I've actually full-on like checked that thing, and I now forgot how they were named. I think tier. I think they were tier civilization tiers. Anyhow. And I'm saying this as a person who barely passed physics in middle school. Hey, no shame on that. I was decent at physics. Really bad at chemistry though, and horrendous at biology. I don't know how the human body works. I legitimately don't know. I mean, yeah, there is a lot of logistic stuff, but hey, if we get to the point where we can actually feasibly conceptualize a Dyson sphere, we probably can also figure out the logistics of how to send it there. My music was 10 at least. Hey, everybody's good at something. We can't necessarily all be good at the same things. So, Wildborn and Wonderborn are the last ones. Wonderborn. Okay, Nomad. At the beginning of a session, randomly choose a different community card. At the end of the session, return. Oh, my god, I actually really like this. That's actually neat. The idea of picking a different community and using that as a card. Actually, that's really cool. I actually really like it. Of basically getting the benefits of any other card. man, you can make some interesting strategic plays depending on if you kind of know in which direction the next session goes, especially if you have like this kind of big prep against like a big bad. You can really synergize some stuff. Because yeah, you have like this one with the roll the tie, which you could basically kind of utilize it in your benefit. Similar with Steady, if you feel like you're gonna get pummeled, you can just increase your severe damage threshold. Yeah, I really like the Nomad. The Wonderborn is... oh, this is actually a really cool feature. Damn, I really like it. Why, damn, it's so good. Okay, and while Born Lightfoot, your movement is naturally silent. You have advantage on rolls to move without being heard. Oh, I just noticed. They've removed the benefit of adding this silent movement to other people. Because it was kind of like a, if those familiar with D&D, pass without a trace spell. It kind of had the same similar-ish effect from what I understood of it. And now they've removed it, which is like, I guess they wanted to probably push more into the idea that communities are more of a character-focused feature overall, with maybe some small elements of cooperation. Because some of them kind of pushed into that aspect. I'm guessing that's kind of what that's kind of what they were going with. But yeah, overall some nice changes. And this one, I think this one to me is my highlight. I really like this one. The Nomad for the Wonderborn like feature is really cool. Like, I really love it. Like this one, yeah, they made some interesting changes with this one as well, like the Lapa one. I think the fairy one I really like. It's the kind of the luck bender feature was kind of cool. Fungril. Oh yeah, and the Fungril, the Circle of Life, because they made it a bit more. They added some utility, not just some. Not just a feature that was kind of weirdly open to interpretation, which didn't really seem to have like a direct benefit. The material can be found on Mercury, and after you launch one solar panel, since I assumed Dyson's swarm, it will power the production for the next panel to become 2, to become 4, etc. The bigger problem is that, as far as I know, nobody's investing into it. I mean, look at the money sink it is to just send, you know, build a shuttle to the moon or even Mars, because here that Mars is the big trend right now, in recent. Which, hey, by the way, for anybody interested, I'm covering an indie on the weekends called Deliver Us Mars, sorry, which is basically that. It's slightly dystopian kind of game. About, you know, we are well into the global warming crisis, like at the point where the Earth has become like this kind of searing planet, and apparently some technology by some of the biggest minds of Earth have basically took the most important tech and shuttles and left to Mars, and now we just have to go there ourselves and explore a desolate planet while also discovering remnants of really high-tech human-made technology that is basically used for the purpose of colonizing and making Mars a habitable planet. Also, we'll need to set up base on Mercury, which is another issue. Basically, the start is hard, but it should ramp up at least after we get to the first panel in a stable orbit. Yeah, then again, yeah, it's more of a logistic kind of thing, and which, again, as mentioned, if we can get to the point where a Dyson sphere is feasible, and I think overall, in theory, it's feasible and it can be doable. It's more of a thing of the logistics and the investment, if anybody wants to do it. But unfortunately, as things are really political and really focused in the 4-year terms of some kind of some politician, and nothing to the grander scale of something that, because this is the type of project that will take well into a decade to be you know, thought out and finalized. Mars is stinky poo, low gravity, and basically no magnetic field, but there is ice. Yeah, I mean, kidding here. Let's fix Venus, sure. I mean, to be fair, I kind of am inclined to agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson into this aspect. Like, if we have all of this money to invest and the possibility to invest into colonizing a different planet, why aren't we using all those resources to fix our own first? I mean, yeah, sure, we can do that other thing, but why not first fix what we have here? Because it is doable to a certain extent. So why should we? Which again kind of plays into the indie game that I'm currently playing, Deliver Us Mars. Because this whole idea that some of the greatest minds decided like Earth is no longer worth saving, so let's just rebuild society to an extent on a different planet and just make it better. Venus is better, but we still take millennia to terraform, which it really should be what we do to any planet we colonize. Yeah, terraforming is the goal, but as I think the discussion has been made, like the efforts of terraforming, if we get the possibility to terraform a planet, why wouldn't we start with the one we're currently living? Like, if we can get a planet to become habitable, why won't we make our own planet even more habitable than we currently got it to? Consider that we effed it currently. Why shouldn't we bring it back to an habitable level, a more habitable level than it already is? We should have money. People, after all, spend hundreds of thousands to get the JP image of a girl. Hey man, I mean, hustle whatever you can. If you got it, flaunt it. If that's what you wanted. If you want it, I guess. Actually, yeah. If you got it, flaunt it. If you want it. Damn. Here you go. Use that. I mean, I'm not judging. Money there is. I mean, resources there are. Just it's more of an idea of how we, manage them. But anyhow, I think that kind of covers most of the changes. So, as I mentioned, anything beyond this chapter, I'm not gonna cover. I'm gonna just look over at it once I actually get to those chapters. So now I'm gonna go back with what I had planned initially for these streams to actually check out the classes. First being the I'm gonna read this, and then first being, I'm gonna my focus right now is to at the very least go over Bard. Actually, no, I'm not gonna scroll. I'm just gonna say go. My priority for this series is gonna be Bard, Druid, Guardian, and depending on the time stamp, how much time it took, I might look at a few more extras. Because from what I've seen, they don't cover the domain cards. They only cover like class-specific features and how their character sheet works. So yeah, so maybe domain cards are gonna be left as a separate thing. So yeah, as I'm looking at it right now, they're pretty short and concise because of it. So is this like D&D, or is this D&D or like D&D? It's like D&D. Daggerheart is for those who just jumped in, Daggerheart is created by is published and created by Darrington Press. To be more specifically, under community license. Currently, this is all emphasis. This is all playtest material. It might change at any point. It just recently got some changes, so that's one thing. But yeah, it's published by Darrington Press. Darrington Press being owned by Critical Role, the famous nerdy ass voice actors that do D&D sessions on Twitch and YouTube, but mainly on Twitch. So yeah, it is D&D like. It has inspirations. Like if I go back to I think introduction. Yeah, I know Critical Role. Yeah, that should offer ruling of rules, favor your game. Touchstones. This was it. If you can see, these are all the ttrpg systems that have inspired this one. So yeah, you have Dungeons and Dragons. You have stuff like Blades in the Dark, which Shadowrun, Pathfinder, For the Queen, Apocalypse World, Apocalypse Keys, 13th Age, Dishonored, which that was kind of interesting to see here. So yeah, it has elements. I watched Vox Machina with my brother last summer. I'm guessing you're referring to the Amazon Prime series, right? Or did you look at the campaign, because one is longer than the other. I'm guessing the Prime show, because that's a bit more digest. Yeah, the series, that's more digestible, understandably so. Yeah, it has a lot of, and overall it's kind of designed into that familiarity. Like some of the keywords for this system are similar to D&D. Like, you know, I mean, hit points is a kind of a general nomenclature in the gaming space, but stuff like proficiency, actions, those kind of keywords that, you know, the class features, class items, certain keywords that you also see in D&D, they're also here, so you are vaguely familiar with it. This one is a bit different though, because it's a D12 system. You roll 2 D12s to determine your basically your results, your action, your what is the result of your action. But specifically to your player, this is a heavily asymmetric system, in the sense that not only on the aspect that, you know, a GM fulfills different roles compared to the player, even mechanically the players use D12s, used to a set of 2 D12s to determine their roles, while the GM utilizes a D20, the classical D20, to determine their side of the game and of the table. So yeah, it's a kind of heavily asymmetric one, but overall it takes elements from D&D, because even with the 2 D12, a lot of the kind of ballpark difficulties and aspects of proficiency, stat increases, stat damages, it's kind of there. They've simplified a lot of it to make it a lot more more digestible, and it's not necessarily as prolonged as D&D. The way they kind of market Daggerheart, this is supposed to be their more long form ttrpg system. They already have a fully released system called Candela Obscura. That one is more of a session by session type system, where you can just do one shots whenever you feel like it, and they can all play into the wider narrative, but it's specifically designed to just run one game in one session and be done with it, while the Daggerheart is more of the long-term form campaign system, similar to D&D, Pathfinder and all that. But even here they've trimmed it down. You don't have the 20 levels that D&D offers you have 10 levels, which kind of goes a bit into the kind of ballpark that D&D usually has, where, you know, most gaming groups kind of end around, most campaigns, especially the official ones, end around level 12, 13, very rarely maybe 15, 16, and with the rare exception of having like a level 20 campaign. Like currently officially there's only one, the Dungeon of the Mad Mage Tower, yeah, and there is another one up and coming, which is a Vecna related campaign module, which is also going to be like a level 20 adventure, but that's like the first one in years. It's the first module in 5th edition in years that had like a level 20 adventure, like officially speaking. My friend is currently listening to the podcast, and I like to I mean, that's a good way of doing it. Again, it's more about the idea of investment, and I think the listening to the podcast might be a more easier way to approach it, because you can do it at different points in time whenever you're doing different things. I personally watched the actual show and the actual streams, not necessarily, not always live. Usually I watch the VODs later on YouTube, but I actually watch, because occasionally, yes, there are some moments that you also are nice to visualize, because, you know, of how, you know, the group reacts and certain, you know, fun moments that they do visually. But yeah, overall, I would probably recommend just listen to the campaigns than necessarily commit to watching them, because they add up. They are longer than One Piece. Like literally, the one campaign is longer than One Piece as runtime. So if you haven't done that, I'm not sure if you can do one of these. And I finished 2 of them out of the 3. So yeah, I've put in some time into it. But yeah, so before I jump into this, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break, jump into get myself a quick refill, get some snacks, and jump right back and cover the topics that I was initially planning to do. So yeah, I'll be right back in a few minutes. See you there. All right, everything good? Yeah, that looks good. So back at it. Got myself some snacks. A bit of soda, a bit of water, so should be good. So let's jump into the classes. So class. During character creation, you'll choose one of the classes in this section along with one of its subclasses. Your chosen class grants the following features. Domains. Each class lists which 2 domains serve as the basis for its abilities. This determines which domain check you can choose cards from during your character creation when leveling up. So each character is represented by a specific they have like a 2 domain as a representative out of a list of 9. And those domains specifically offer you like additional abilities aside from the class features. And those are usually the kind of spells or class abilities, more than likely. Those are kind of the representation of spells and abilities. Starting evasion score. Each class has its own starting evasion score. So see evasion when the GM, the game master, makes an attack roll against you. This is a number they need to meet or beat in order to hit. Damage threshold. Each class has a unique damage threshold. Either the damage, okay. These determine how strong your class is against incoming attacks. So yeah, both these are kind of class specific, which of course evasion score can be altered by your actually no, I don't think it's technically yeah, evasion score can be altered by your armor basically in the sense that it can be increased or decreased depending on the armor size. Like some like light type armors like leather armors, that kind of thing, can increase your evasion score, while like heavier armors can decrease it. While damage threshold, it's something more generic that you can alter in your own way as you level up, from what I've seen. So it's not necessarily set in stone for each class specifically. They give you different moments in different points in at character level up to do it. And you also have options from other sections, as we've seen before, like one of the communities can by default increase one of your damage thresholds. Class items. Each class has a unique set of items that they begin with in game, which it's basically the starting equipment like in D&D. Some for flavor, some for like vague utility, some just purely for character representation. Class features. Each class has a unique move or set of moves that they can utilize in play. So basically these are like class specific abilities, not necessarily that are connected to the domain. Maybe like again, putting it into D&D terms, it could be like the bards, like barding inspiration, the rogues like sneak attack or evasion, not evasion, cunning actions stuff, sorcerers, meta magic, that kind of thing, barbarian, rage. And for the chosen subclass, you gain the following features. You can gain the following features. I don't think it's necessarily doesn't necessarily apply to all of them. Spellcaster rate. If you're a spellcaster, this is the character trait your class is using anytime you're required to make a spellcast roll. Foundation feature. This feature is unique. This feature is a unique move you gain from your subclass foundation card. The foundation feature, I think it's basically means like, which is like the baseline card that you get. That is based about your subclass. Specialization feature. As you gain level, you have a chance to choose your subclass specialization card, gain a unique move or set of moves, so you can further enhance your subclass. But depending on what you want to do, instead of doing this, from what I've seen from the character sheets, you could instead choose a different class, multi-class in. instead of specializing in a subclass. And and mastery feature. As you gain level, you gain the chance to choose your subclass mastery card, gaining a unique move or set of moves from it. So yeah, this is kind of the goal, because you have 3 major leveling thresholds with, because I think you have like 3 to 4. It's the first like level up threshold, then it's 5 to 8, I think. It's the next one. And I think there's like the 9 to 10, like the final one or something like that, or 8 to 10. I forgot. I think 8 to 10. Yeah, 8 to 10 is the final one. So yeah, it's 1 to 4, 5 to 7, and 8 to 10. So there are three for each, basically. And each of them, because you're only allowed to, for each, only at one threshold you're allowed to gain the specialization. Once you've done that threshold, you can no longer do it until the next threshold. And they're gonna show. I'm gonna explain it a lot. It's gonna be explained a lot better once we jump into one of the classes and see the character sheet, because it's better kind of visualized there. So yeah, I mean, overall that's kind of covers what you to expect out of the generic, what exactly the class should give out of you. So okay, let's jump into the first one, the Bard. Those who become bards are truly the most charismatic members of all the realms. Members of this class are masters of captivation and may specialize in a variety of performances types, including singing, playing musical instruments, weaving tales, or telling jokes. Whether performing to an audience or speaking to an individual, bards will excel. There are many schools and guilds where members of this profession come together and bond and train, but there is a fair amount of ego within those bardic persuasions. While they may be the most likely to bring people together, a bard of ill temper can just as easily tear a party apart. Oh no, we're not gonna talk about Scanlan. Definitely not. The domains that the bard is part of is the domain of grace and the domain of codex. They have a starting division score of 9, which is, I think it's kind of around average, I'm guessing. Like, not necessarily hard to hit, not necessarily... Yeah. Not necessarily hard to hit, not necessarily easier to hit. Damage threshold, they have a minor of 1, a major of 6, and a severe of 12. So, not necessarily too beefy. Like, depending on the dice rolls, I mean, that could be easily reached. I think that I've noticed with the minor, which I think the other class is gonna confirm it to me once I look at it. I'm suspecting that the minor is now a default of 1. Basically anything below 1, which basically would mean 0 damage, is ignored. So now it's more about, you know, in between 1 and 6 you remove 1 hit point, between 6 and 12 you remove 2 hit points, and above 12 you remove 3 hit points. I'm guessing that's the class item. A romance novel or a letter never opened. Which, yeah, from what I've seen, the class items are more like flavor items that you could probably use maybe as a kind of form of an inspiration, depending on what you've chosen, what your character is about. It could be like a point of to add some additional like elements. Maybe, you know, the letter could be, I don't know, if we're talking about the bard, it could be a letter to an admirer or some kind of love declaration that you want to send out but you decided never to do, or something like that. Class feature, rally. Once per session, when the GM brings the action tracker into play, describe how you rally the party as they head into the fray. They then give yourself and all allies a d6 rally die. Anyone can spend this rally die roll to roll it, adding the result to an action roll, reaction roll, or damage roll, or clearing stress equal to the rally die result. At the end of the sessions, all unspent rally dice are cleared. The rally dice you distribute increases to 1d8 at level 5. So yeah, rally dice is obviously kind of their own riff at the inspiration die, which is I think now, which here I think it applies to a lot more more areas than the D&D bard, because I think like without like with the exception of maybe still certain subclasses, you cannot use rally die for a damage roll. That's from what I remember. I mean, clearing stress is something, this is system specific, so it makes sense to be here. Reaction rolls and action rolls, yeah, I'm guessing here they wanted to specify it, but even in D&D I think it kind of equally applied to both, depending on maybe depending on the reaction roll it could be something different. Yeah. Plus the idea that, you know, the rally increases as you become better as a bard, but I like it as it's a generic level 5. I don't think it mentioned, because here, you know, leveling it's a bit more it's kind of separate to the character, to the class specifically, as you could technically add yourself to add an additional class alongside your kind of as a multi-class option, but you still have the character sheet of this class, so technically you could still level up in this one. I mean, technically you are overall a bard, but maybe with some multi-class options. Okay, so as subclasses, if you're creating bard, you have two options: the wordsmith, if you want to be persuasive and powerful using clever wordplay. They are spellcasters and use presence for spellcasting, as a bard you would expect should. As foundation features, heart of a poet. When speaking to a person you're trying to impress, persuade, or offend, you can spend hope and add 1d4 to the action roll against them. So basically vicious mockery, kind of. It's actually action roll against them and add, oh no, what, add 1d4 action. I mean, it's a combination of blessing and vicious mockery, I guess. Oh no, it's the action roll, it's not damage roll, so it's basically a blessing. Rousing speech. Once for long rest, you can use an action to give a heartfelt, inspiring speech. I was about to say peach, I'm like, I mean, sure, I guess you could be some kind of farmer. All allies that can hear you clear a stress. Just one says, that's actually nice. Really kind of pushes more into this kind of support aspect of the bard. So I basically have the blessing ability, and I mean, this is kind of a remove a stress, similar-ish. It's kind of an impromptu healing ability. So specialization feature. You know your moving words can boost the morale of the group. Once per session, you can use skills as linguistics to encourage or exhort an ally. You can do one of the following things: allow them to find the mundane object or tool they need, help an ally without spending hope, and give them an additional downtime move during rest. Actually, I really like the utility. It's, of course, it offers you some elements that kind of affect the overall like meta rules of the game, so it kind of makes sense why it's kind of a once per session thing. But it's really nice because, you know, this kind of allow them to find the mundane object or tool they need. Kind of an interesting, like, yes and kind of impromptu. Hey, I need this. Oh, here, I found it. And for the mastery feature, oh, I see. The rally die you distribute increases to a d10, so this is kind of the only way to increase it further. In addition, whenever you help an ally, if you narrate the moment as if you were writing the tale of their heroism in a memoir, you can roll 2 hope dice instead of 1. I see, so if you add a bit more flair, because I mean, it's obvious that bards got kind of really role-playing in the, you could really role-play the bard into those kind of aspects. So yeah, this is kind of a obviously kind of a subclass full-on focus on support, on assisting your other party members to perform a lot better in specific actions. While the troubadour If you want to play music to bolster your allies, again, it's still a spellcast subclass. Foundation feature. When you take this foundation, describe what instrument you are practicing. You can use an action to perform each song once per song rest. When you play a relaxing song, you may close all allies. You and any close ally heal 1 hit point. When you play an epic song, make a close target temporarily vulnerable. Which I think this is kind of like a status effect. I'm probably gonna check them out later on. When you play a heartbreaking song, you and any close allies take a hope. So yeah, they are both support classes from what I've seen so far before even getting further, but in different ways. This one has some healing aspects, but equally combative. Specialization feature, to be fair, I think they're more focused around themes. Overall, like the class feels to be support, and they overall cover different themes. Like Troubadour is more about instruments, while Wordsmith is more about vocals, speech. Okay, and specialization, your rallying song also helps steal the courage of those who listen. Anybody who receives a rally die from you via your rally ability may also gain a hope or clear a stress. I really like that. I think this, by the way it's worded, I think they can each affected member can choose which one to get, which is nice. To me, that's kind of feels, yeah. Anybody who receives a rally die from you may also gain a hope or clear a stress. It doesn't necessarily word it as you choose which of the two. So that's nice, because the players can have options, because maybe some are at 0 stress but might benefit from a hope, or some might want to kind of clear most of their stress points in order to have more options to use later on in the session. And the master feature, you craft rivals the greats. Your craft rivals the greats, your skill and creativity unbounded. You may perform each of your foundation songs an additional time per long rest, which is really nice. So basically now you have 2 options. You can do all 3 of these twice per long rest, which is nice. It's quite evidently that compared to the specialization feature, the mastery feature is kind of the really big change for the class. And the specialization can add additional things, but the mastery one, which really puts you in this kind of spot of deciding of, okay, do I want to multi-class or do I want to fully invest in my class? Okay, background now, from what I've seen from the character creation video, all classes offer you some background question suggestions, as well as questions to offer for your party members, as a way to create bonds and to also kind of create some sort of a narrative for your character without necessarily going too heavily into it. And to be fair, how I personally do it, and I've kind of always, to me, my most minimum requirement has always been to be like, hey, if this game system offers you some kind of way to add background to your character, add some backstory to your character, if you at the very least do that for me, that's more than enough. You don't necessarily have to do more than that, because some people might just want to go with the flow and add and improve their backstory as they go. Some people might don't necessarily think too complexly about their character and maybe realize some of the nuances as they play. So for me, at the very least, just having this as the bare minimum and the baseline to kind of have an idea of what I could do with that character in the sessions is more than enough for me. So and for Bard, these are kind of the suggestions, which, by the way, all of these are suggestions in case they don't fit for you. You can just simply change them with something more fitting. Of course, you could also communicate this with a DM, like, hey, look, this question doesn't feel appropriate to me, but I feel like I could add this question instead, that I could offer you this information in. Or maybe, hey, look, like here mentioned, like you're in love once. Maybe instead of you're in love, maybe you could say, oh, I've been heartbroken. Why exactly? I mean, to be fair, that's kind of in the direction it was going. Maybe not necessarily. Maybe you could talk. Maybe you can twist it around. Like instead of discussing about the heartbreak, you maybe could discuss of why are you kind of infatuated with this individual and for what exact reason. So yeah. Sorry, a thing that I've kind of weirdly realized as I kind of specifically with these streams, with the ttrpg streams, the more I talk, the more I become nasally as kind of the stream goes on, which is really weird. Okay, so background questions. Who from your community taught you to have such confidence in yourself? So basically adding you this kind of thread line of some kind of NPC character that the DM can later on utilize as some form of a mentor. You were in love once. Who was it and how did they hurt you? Basically kind of giving you the opportunity to kind of have this kind of antagonist or some kind of NPC that maybe has something against your character, and you always looked up to another bard. Who are they and why do you idolize them? So and in the same play. I mean, these kind of questions also offer like options for the game master to obtain some useful NPCs and useful information about how the character perceives these NPCs and how exactly the DM then can play them off with. Connections, which is a such section that you as the player, as the bard, you would then throw to other players. Like for example, each question could be thrown to a different player, maybe it could be to the same players. But maybe you realize we're going to be such good friends. What do I do that annoys you? Why do you grab my hand at night? Which is, whoa, that's kind of weird. Okay. But again, these are like questions that could add some interesting bonds, like even this one, because this one feels intimate, so maybe it can create some kind of really close bond with one of the player characters. And now here go with the level up options, which kind of jump into the more and here I can kind of explain what exactly I meant with the multi-class and specialization and mastery stuff. As you can see, we have like 3 main pillars. Basically, after each pillar, certain things change. Maybe certain marks that you made here are cleared here. Sorry. And certain options cannot be obtained again until you get to the next pillar, as you can probably see here. So at level 2, you add also, plus you have like an initial benefit. You have like an initial gain specifically when you reach that pillar, aside from just the generic level up ones. Like for example, at level 2 you take an additional experience, but only for level 2, and one of these which happens at every level up until level 4 inclusive, respectively. So yeah, when you level up, record in your character sheet, then choose two available options from the list below. Yeah, so yeah, you have the option of increase 2 unmarked character traits and by +1, and then mark them. By marking them, that basically means that once you have marked the character trait, that being the character stats, you know, agility, presence, strength, knowledge, instinct, and finesse. Once you've marked them, you can no longer increase that trait until the mark is removed. And the only way to remove that mark is as if we quickly jump into the next pillar, is by getting on the next column of level up options. Otherwise, you do not unmark them. Maybe with some out of character benefits. Maybe there could be some kind of items or some kind of boons that the DM could offer you outside of level up. So yeah, basically you can simply choose to, and considering that it gives you 3 options, 3 times to do this, like for 3 times, you could technically utilize like for, you can basically increase all of your stats if you wanted to by +1 by level 3, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because you choose 2 of them from the list below. So yeah, by level 3 or by level 4, by level 4 if maybe the DM, the game master, might rule that you can only check one of these per level up, which I don't think is necessarily a requirement. I'm not fully sure. It might be. I actually don't remember this one. You can also permanently add 1 hit point slot, permanently add 1 stress slot, which is nice because you can gain additional resources. You can be a bit more, add more survivability, add more resources for certain abilities that you need, that you have. Because maybe if you are, let's say, an ancestry, if you have like an ancestry feature or maybe a community feature that has this kind of heavy use, or maybe you're the type of character that maybe wants to constantly swap domain cards, although at these early levels you're never gonna do it, because you can have a maximum of 5 domain cards equipped, and basically meaning that only after you're above level 5 you'll ever get into the point of having to change them. Increase 2 experiences by +1. You can increase the bonus the experiences give you. Increase your proficiency by +1, so anything that utilizes your proficiency now has an additional die to it, or an additional point or like number increase. Permanently add 1 armor slot or take a +1 to your evasion, so you can either reduce damage more times or at an even greater value if you utilize more hit point, if you utilize more armor slots at once, or you can be harder to hit. Increase your major damage threshold and increase your severe damage threshold, which kind of goes into this idea that probably the minor damage threshold is anything that is, you're no longer gonna need to increase it, because I'm suspecting that the minor damage threshold is always gonna be 1 for every class, to basically say that anything that's below 1, which that would technically mean a 0, so, and I'm not sure if there's any like damage reduction abilities, maybe there are, would basically tell you that you don't receive any damage. Increase your severe damage threshold by 2 and choose a new domain deck card. At your level. Oh yeah, aside from choosing one of these options for each level up, you also automatically increase your severe damage threshold by default. Like, so no matter what, you still are gonna have like a default benefit. You could just technically increase it even further if you wanted to, and choose a new domain card at your level or lower. So every time you level up, you also get a new domain card, which you can instantly use. Especially in these levels, you can instantly use them because you can have a total of 5 equipped, and by level 4 that would mean that you only have 4. So then when you get to level 5 and jump into the next column, you now take an additional experience, which is fine, which is really interesting that you gain an additional experience in this kind of major level up, major points of, in actually major shifts in character improvement, because certain experiences you could even get, you can be inspired to get certain experiences based on what you've done up until that point. Maybe once you get to level 5, maybe you realize, oh, okay, I've done all of these things in the campaign with my party, me specifically, I've really focused on these things, so maybe from now on this kind of specific situations that I've been involved to, I could now excel at them, as I was the main character that kind of focused on them. And also clear all marks on character traits. So once you reach level 5, you gain the new opportunity to increase a character trait that you have previously increased last time. So overall it's kind of similar-ish here as well. When you level up, record it on your character sheet, then choose 2 from the list below, and they are marked from the previous tier. Oh, or any unmarked from the previous tier, unmark them. Oh, so you still technically have the option to go through these ones if you want to, Although overall, from what I see, in some cases they basically give you straight up better options, or like more options of the same thing, like permanently add 1 hit point slot. You now have 2 options to do that, not just 1. So experience is the only one that you just increase by +1. Take an increase your major damage threshold by +2, increase your severe damage threshold by +3. Here mentions that you take the upgraded subclass card, then cross out the multiclass option from this tier. Basically, the first upgrade card being the specialization, because it goes progressively. You first specialize, then you have a mastery. And why it mentions that you cross out, because multiclass, you also have the at this point in the level up process, you also have the multiclass option, where you can choose an additional class from your character, for your character, then cross out this tier's take an upgrade subclass card and the other multiclass option in this sheet. So basically these two are interlinked. Simply saying, so basically when you cross one box here, you also cross a box here, and cross this box specifically from this tier of level ups. Basically telling you that at most you can multi-class into, you can be a full free class multi-class. So you could be, I don't know, like a bard, sorcerer, wizard, something like that, or I don't know, bard, sorcerer, rogue. Or you can multi-class in one class and only upgrade your subclass once. But interestingly enough, it's considering that this is the bard character sheet, because each class has its own character sheet. You don't have a generic character sheet. The upgrade subclass card technically is for the upgraded subclass card is technically for the bard. Although I guess it could be allowed, because technically once you choose a new class, you also choose a subclass for that class, because it's part of choosing the class. I'm guessing if you wanted to, you could also take the subclass specialization for that subclass if you wanted to. I don't see why you couldn't, and why you should not allow anybody to do it. Even though by intention, I guess it should refer to the bard specifically in both cases. To be fair, this is one of the things that I could be lenient about and be like, hey, if it's actually intended to be like that, I personally would be lenient about it. Be like, yeah, sure, you can go at the last tier. It'd be like, yeah, you can get the specialization from your multi-class instead of the main class. Yeah, and after choosing one of these, for each level up, you'll also increase your damage threshold major by +1 and severe by +3. So in this case, both of them increase. Then choose a new domain card that is of your level or lower. If your loadout is full, you may choose a card to swap out, because after level 5, because starting from level 6, you'll now have a total of 6 domain cards, but maybe you want to use the one that you've already collected, so you can choose to remove one of the ones existing in your loadout and put the one that you've chosen now. So you can immediately have it in play if you're not gonna have like a moment of long rest that soon into the session. And then jumping to tier 8, similar to tier 5, you gain to tier 2, you gain an additional experience and clear all the character trait marks. Again, you choose two options from the list below, or any of the unmarked ones if you really want to. But then again, I don't necessarily see why, as they overall do the same thing. It just technically you don't necessarily choose this option. You can choose basically actually I see why, because if you, let's say, maybe you want to get all of the permanent slots, so depending on how you chose, maybe you start with this one in the back, then you can go back here and then go back here. So yeah, you could technically do that. I see why. So you have the option to gain some of the boxes that you haven't gained back here, in the possibility that you might want to gain all of them. So yeah, overall up until here it's the same as here. The only change is that the severe damage threshold is now can also be increased additionally by 4. And as I mentioned here, you can also choose the subclass option, or if you choose the multiclass, you now cross this one and this one. So now you've chosen all of them. So basically, yeah, you can be a free class. Your character can be a combination or meld of 3 classes, or a meld of 2 classes and one of them being specialized, or just full on specialized, or full on focus on the class that you've chosen at the beginning of the game. And for each level up, you also increase your major threshold by +2 and your severe by +4. And as well, choose a new domain card if your level low. If your level that is full, you may choose a card to swap. So yeah, I like that, you know, the level up system is simplified, all that. It's simple, it's concise, not too much to think over, and not you know, you're not flooded with too many choices. One of the things that I do want to mention, for those of you who are maybe like me, who like multiclassing, how I like to, you know, because for me multiclassing kind of allows it's a form of self-expression that maybe allows you to push your character into some perspectives or designs that are a bit more different than the normal nomenclature of, you know, of the existing classes. So yeah, for those of you who multiclass, you might have to take into account, maybe if you also want to min-max the benefits, you might also want to take into account which class is your starting point, because I'm suspecting that, you know, the aspect of major and severe threshold and evasion score would be a decisive factor of which class would be your base. Because I'm pretty sure those are like the only values that are gonna differ from class to class. I'm not sure if these are also gonna differ, like the increases from class to class, but at the very least the starting value is gonna be different. So maybe that's one aspect that you want to consider when choosing which one is gonna be your basically your, as mentioned here, your foundation, your base class, before jumping into the multiclass. But yeah, overall the body is neat. It kind of it emphasizes the concept really well. I like how that, you know, even the classes and subclasses, they are kept at a simplistic level to a minimum. There's not a lot of things to choose on this aspect. They're more on the domain cards, which are more of the kind of spells and abilities that you'd expect from maybe other systems. Those are kind of, as you know, the domain cards could be interpreted as the spell cards, and even there you don't have a ton of options. You have a maximum of, by level 10 you have a total of 10 cards, which 5 you have in play and 5 of them you'll have in your vault, which you can swap them out. So it's not a lot to choose. You don't have an immense pool of choices compared to maybe like D&D, where depending on how you multiclass, you're gonna be, you know, filled with spells of different levels, and you know, especially if you also go into the kind of higher level casting, and how exactly the spells are altered in higher level casting. There's also a shift there, and you have to kind of take a consideration. So it's a lot of information to keep track of. Yeah, now jumping into Druid. So, becoming a Druid is more than an occupation, it's a calling to those who wish to learn from and protect the magic of the wilderness. Those Druids who practice the often quiet work of channeling flora are likely to be underestimated, while those who channel the brutal forces of animals may be terrifying, may be a terrifying thing to behold. Druids are known to cultivate their abilities in small groups, often connected by a specific ethos or locale. Through years of study and dedication, druids can learn to transform into beasts and shape the earth and its organisms. So yeah, overall I'm reading it just as for the flavor. And I'm expecting those of you who I know the general like aspect of this kind of fantasy, because overall there are like different. I'm probably gonna discuss a bit more once we jump into some of the classes that feel a bit more different in how they are interpreted compared to some of the classic systems. Not necessarily classic system compared to the other systems. Yeah. For Druid, the domain are Sage and Arcana because they are also magical, and also of course Sage makes sense as Sage is the domain connected with the wilderness. They have a starting evasion score of 8, which is lower than a Bard. And they have a damage threshold of a minor 1, a major 7, and a severe 14. I think they are technically bulkier. Easier to hit, but slightly bulkier than the Bards. And yeah, this one kind of confirms that the minor, I think, is gonna be a standard 1 for everything. As class item, we have a small bag of rocks and bones or a strange pendant found in the dirt. Again, these could be things that you can add flavor or add some kind of reasoning why you have them and connect them to other aspects of your character. Of course, they could also be a starting point for maybe having a different item instead of these ones for your character that feels like it fits best. But I like that you gain what, you know, for those who've played a bit more into the ttrpg side and all that kind of thing, it's basically called a ribbon. That's good. The ribbon is kind of the idea that, you know, you have something that it's mostly for the flavor, for the role-playing aspect, for non-mechanical benefits, for things that you can add a bit more, you know, characterization to your class or character or subclass in some cases. And it's usually kind of a must-have for everything that you design, especially when it comes to classes and subclasses. The presence of, at the very least, of one ribbon is kind of necessary, because to kind of allow you to utilize the class and subclass in situations outside of mechanical ones, basically outside of combat, if let's say we're speaking about D&D. And usually the ribbon mechanics are usually found in lower level increases. Like if you're talking again at D&D, usually when you choose when you gain the subclass, that's also when you gain a ribbon. Sometimes maybe at later levels, but usually at the start of you know, gaining the subclass. So as class features, we have Wild Touch, which you can perform harmless, subtle effects that involve nature at will. For example, causing flowers to rapidly grow, summon a slight gust of wind, start a campfire. So this is kind of the prestidigitation of the system, basically just purely aesthetical things for the... Again, this can also once again be seen as a ribbon. Because mechanically, it doesn't seem like it adds much, but you know, roleplay aspect, it could enhance and it could offer something. You could, if your player is clever enough and they can find ways to utilize this and somehow benefit from it. They're not just necessarily there for the sake of just adding flavor. Yes, they overall are flavor, but that shouldn't stop the player to experiment and explore and push the limits of what this ability could offer. And okay, secondly, you have beast forms. Mark a stress to transform into a magical creature from the beast form list equal to your level or lower. While transform, you can use your equipment and domain cards, but you gain the feature, attack traits, and armor score of the creature. You can drop out of this form at any time. When you mark your last hit point or stress point, this form automatically drops. So yeah, beast form is the wild shape, and it overall functions like the wild shape. So even in this system, because I was really curious, considering that in D&D, like, Druid is a beast, like, yeah, pun intended, but you know, wild shape can transform the Druid into a tank, because you basically gain access to an additional pool of hit points that have no connection to your own. And this continues, and this one still plays into that. Although, sorry, I see an interesting mark here. When you mark your last hit point or stress point. So you could also you can also max out your stress and get out of this form. So depending on how you utilize your resources, you could still lose this form before even going through the entire hit point. So if you really push too much into utilizing your features and abilities while having this form active, you could still risk of losing it. And again, the features attack rates and armor scores of the creature, but can't use equipment and domain cards. Yeah. Well, it mentions that you can't use equipment and domain cards, but it doesn't mention anything about the class features. So technically, certain aspects you could still utilize from the class, like wild, as it doesn't mention class features. Technically, you could still utilize wild touch, of course, even though it's a flavor thing. You know, who knows? You might find something beneficial out of it. Maybe you can fool some, you can scare some NPCs off by pretending to be this kind of mystical beast creature. I don't know, you transform into a bear and, you know, make all of the wildlife around you shrivel, and all of a sudden you are more ominous. Oh, hi Ghost. Hope everything is well. Go ahead and lurk. I enjoy you being around here and, you know, listening to me ramble and nerd about, you know, ttrpg stuff, which is not necessarily unusual on our end considering our recent talks. But yeah, good luck with your lurk and good luck with whatever you're doing. Happy to have you around here. Let's check out the subclasses. So, Warden of Elements, if you want to embody the natural elements of nature. The spellcast trait is Instinct. I was suspicion that all classes might, all classes might have a quote-unquote spellcast trait, but for certain classes it might not necessarily be called spellcast. It might just be called as a ability trait, or like how exactly. What is the ability trait that they use for their domain cards? Okay, so foundation feature, elemental incarnation, mark a stress point to embody an elemental spirit form from the list below. The embodiment lasts until you take severe damage or until your next short rest. This feature can overlap with beast form. Wait. Fire, when an enemy in melee range deals damage to you, they take 1d10 magical damage. Earth, you gain +1 to your armor score. Water, you deal damage to an enemy in melee range, and all other enemies within very close range mark a stress. Air, you can hover, gaining advantage on agility rolls. Oh, I see. Because you take the form of an elemental spirit, but technically you can turn into a beast form and add this to the beast form, so basically even enhance the beast further. So if, let's say, you choose some kind of beast form that doesn't necessarily have a ton of abilities on it, but maybe, I don't know, it's really sturdy, or on something else statistically on the stat element, it's really beneficial to you, you can utilize this to further enhance it, to make it more viable. Also, I find it really, I like it that technically this form is kept active by how much damage you take. Like, if you basically taking really heavy damage is the only way of removing this, or until your next short rest. So depending on your luck, you could technically have this form active for the duration of your, I don't know, your adventuring, or before the point you rest, depending on how you utilize those resources. Or hey, if you're really unlucky, you might just lose it in one turn and wah wah, I guess. But I like it that it can overlap with the beast form. it can create some especially visually, like having this kind of like elemental animal spirits. That's kind of cool and a bit Avatar-esque, I guess. I mean, elementalist, Warden of the Elements kind of makes sense. So, specialization feature. Once per short rest, sorry. While in elemental incarnation, you can assume an elemental aura matching your embodied element. This aura's effect apply within your close range, following until your elemental incarnation ends. So basically, the further you specialize in the subclass, the further the foundation feature becomes better. So for fire, whenever an enemy marks at least 1 hit point, they also mark a stress. Interesting. Your allies also gain a +1 to their armor score. Neat. Again, this aura applies to everything within close range, so it's not necessarily that far away. After an enemy deals damage to you, you can mark a stress to move them anywhere within very close range. So basically you can pull them towards you. When you or an ally take damage from attack beyond melee range, reduce it by 1d8. So a bit of a... So yeah, some of them are a bit more defensive, some are a bit more offensive, like this one specifically. Like these two have some kind of more offensive utilities, while these ones are a bit more defensive. And in some ways here as well. And with mastery, while in your elemental incarnation, you further embody the spirit and gain the following benefit of that element. For fire, your proficiency increases by +1 for attacks and spells that deal damage, so you can deal even more damage. For earth, when you mark an armor slot, roll a d6, and on a 5 or 6, you clear an armor slot, so basically you technically gain one back, or not even, or use one, or have a free use depending on how many armor slots you use, because if you use only one, basically that's a free use. Water, when you are hit by an attack, you can mark a stress to make the attacker vulnerable, which again I think it's a status effect. I'm suspecting it's similar to the vulnerability status effect on D&D, which basically means double damage or something like that, or like the enemy clearly takes increased damage than normally. In air, you gain a +1 evasion and can fly, so that's neat. Yeah, overall really cool, like some Avatar-esque aspects to the Druid. And as well, you know, elements are a big part of nature, and you know, the elemental damage and stuff like that, so cool. And I really like the idea that you can add it on top of beast form compared to, because you can also see some comparisons to the Circle of the Moon Druid, which, although it doesn't totally make sense, it's a thing. Circle of the Moon Druid allows you to transform into elemental creatures towards the end of the subclass. That's how it works. So basically, but in that case, it was a wild shape in its own form. So basically, you could either choose to take an elemental form or choose a beast form. So that was kind of the thing. While here, you can basically be a beast form elemental. So yeah, for the cool factor as well, it's neat to have it. So basically, you are not just you're not necessarily limited in choices. You can just enhance your current ones. I'm also curious if we have access to the beast form list. I'm curious what the kind of beast the system suggests. Okay, and for the second subclass, also I didn't necessarily mention before, but so far each class offers us 2 subclasses. I'm not sure if the core system is gonna have more than 2. And currently we only have access to 2 subclasses per class. Yeah, order of renewal, actually I'm curious. No, it's again instinct and instinct. If you want to use powerful magic to heal your party member, so yeah, this is more of on the kind of healer subclass. Clarity of nature. Once per long rest, you may create a space of natural serenity around you. After spending a few minutes resting within the space, you can clear stress equal to your instinct trait, distributed as you choose between you and your allies. So yeah, depending on how high your instinct trait is, which I think this is like the first feature that I see that encourages you to actually increase a trait. I'm suspecting that some other classes might have access to, might have subclasses with this kind of design in mind. But so far, as this is the second class I'm looking at, it's the first one that I see. So basically, maxing out your instinct is really beneficial for this class, as you can now then choose to clear a lot of stresses, offering a lot of options. And you also have regeneration. Use an action and spend free hope to clear 1d4 hit points on a creature you are touching. I see that healing abilities are quite costly compared to some other system, which makes sense considering that hit points are just represented by check marks, and you know, having this kind of element of 1d4 hit points, depending on your luck, you might clear the character of all marked hit points and basically bring them back to full. So yeah, the cost is justified. As I haven't yet haven't had the chance to actually play the system itself, I'm not sure how quickly you gain hope, how quickly you lose it, and what exactly this is in the ball. But it seems reasonable considering that, you know, you gain hope each time you roll. Each time you roll with hope, even if it's a success or a failure, you gain the hope. So no matter what, you technically have this resource when rolling. When technically, yeah, I think it's a 50-50. I'm not sure. I'm not well enough, even though I'm good at math. Statistics were not necessarily, and probabilities were not my strong suit. But it's kind of a 50-50 chance of getting either hope or fear when rolling. Sorry, eating popcorn. Yeah. When you specialize, you can now use regeneration on a creature within very close range instead of touch. So now it becomes a range heal effect. So which is an important shift, as depending on the situation, who knows, maybe you're not able to reach the party member that you want to heal. And you also gain Warden's protection. Once per long rest, you can use an action to magically repair armor outside of downtime. When you do, you or one ally in close range can clear a number of armor slots equal to your instinct. Wow. That's actually really strong, because if it's equal to your instinct, and depending on the class, on how well the character has advanced, that could be their entire armor slots with that. Although it's in here compared to Clarity of Nature, it's not like a pool that you can distribute. This is a choice between either you or somebody gains all of it. You cannot distribute them. It's a all or nothing kind of deal. And if you choose to gain to master the subclass, your animal transformation embodies a healing guardian spirit while you are in beast form. When an ally within close range marks 2 or more hit points, you can mark a stress points to reduce the amount of hit points they mark by 1. So from what I've seen how it is worded, you could technically mark multiple stress at once to basically clear everything, because it does mention if they mark 2 or more. So only in the situation where I think so, yeah. I do wonder if this also kind of pushes into the intention that at the very least they still need to take 1 hit point, but I don't think it's intended. I think they put it on this limit more in the idea that the player doesn't overuse this feature constantly. Basically, at any point of any moment of time where they gain damage, they also reduce it. Because that would basically mean that every time an enemy attacks, they would never deal damage. So at the very least, you know, whittle them down instead of just hitting them hard. The game master still has that option. But yeah, overall, like, interesting one. Personally, although I played a bit of a cleric, I played a few support classes here and there. I do like the Elementalist one a bit more, just for the flavor aspect of and the kind of the theme of it. Don't get me wrong, Ward of Renewal is good. Like it's a support healer class, like subclass. And it's needed and has like great abilities, but as just personal preference here, I like the Elementals. If I were to have a Druid, I would probably play that. So now, what kind of questions do they suggest for backgrounds? Why was the community you grew up in so reliant on nature and its creatures? So, which is this? I like this kind of open-ended question because depending on the community you have, you might not necessarily be wild-born. You could be order-born, you could be sea-born, you could be wonder-born, something like that. You could be many things, but still be a society that focuses on, I don't know, preserving nature and its wildlife and all that kind of aspect. You don't necessarily. It could be a high-born society that's all about, you know, nature preservation. But you know, in certain fantasies, elven societies are basically that. So that kind of opens you the possibility of kind of talking more about your community and how exactly it's connected to your druidism kind of endeavors. What was the first bond you made with a wild animal? Why did it end? Implying some tragedy. Of course, I think so far I've seen that even with the bard, I've seen it like this kind of element of tragedy or this element of conflict in some form or adversity. So, you know, probably going into this idea that, you know, life is not perfect, not everybody's gonna be. Of course, we don't have to all of us to be like the edgy rogue character where, oh, all my parents, I'm an orphan, my parents, all my family has been killed. I'm on my own, nobody likes me, I'm a complete lone wolf. No, not necessarily. Just you can have, it's, you know, you can equally have moments of tragedy and moments of happiness. Who had been trying to hunt you down? What do you think they want from you? So now this is more heavily pushed into the kind of conflict and something that you can later on see in the campaign, as I've seen with some of the questions kind of also offer you the possibility to create some NPCs that then later on the game master can utilize and bring into the games. And for connections, which are questions that you will offer players to kind of have some kind of as it mentioned, some kind of connection, some kind of relation with them, and aside from just, hey, we've met in this location for the first time, maybe you have some prior knowledge or prior encounter with them. What did you confess to me that makes me leap out into danger for you every time? Really interesting, kind of this kind of protector. What animal do I tell you that you remind me of? And I like it that it offers this option to the player you're asking, not necessarily the druid. The druid will never imply. It will be like, okay, from your perspective, which animal do you think is? Because this technically could be also a question that could hint some element that the other player could answer in a way that kind of gives some hints to the druid player in what their character is about, without actually telling them much about their backstory. What affectionate nickname have you given me? Come on, this is full on playing into the whole Kiki thing in Vox Machina. This is definitely, I don't know, that's my opinion of it. Oh god, Keelif is such a good character in Vox Machina. And now for level up options, let's see if there is anything different. And actually see. Apparently, yeah, the major and thresholds. The major and severe thresholds are different at each tier compared to the bard. The bard had like higher ones. The number of options seem to be the same. You mark all the same clear points, same thing with the multiclass. So yeah, aside from if something doesn't jump into my if something doesn't jump out of the ordinary, I don't think I'm gonna look further than I did the first time I talked about it with a bard, because overall it's the same thing. Should there have been an image here? What exactly? Let me check. View full size. Oh, this is the beast form list. That's not well generated. Awesome. Actually, let's check it out. So for level 1, you have the following 3 options. Agile Scout, which kind of gives you an example of what they could be visually representative as. Fox, mouse, weasel. They have a +1 in agility. They have a D4 physical damage for their attack. They have an evasion +2 and an armor score of 3. They have advantage on sneak, locate, and dodge. They are agile. Your movement is silent and you may spend hope to get anywhere within far range without needing to make a check. For agile, when you take major damage or greater, you drop beast form. Ah, interesting. So this is one of the few things, one of the few one of the few classes, one of the few beast forms that actually would drop at a hold up 1 second, because I don't see hit points and stresses here. Does that mean that you have? Is it shared? It's actually. Is the hit point system? When you mark your last hit point, but you gain features, attack traits, and armor score to the creature. Oh, I misread. You utilize your own hit points and your own stress points. But at the same time, it doesn't mention that you necessarily drop to your normal form. I mean, yeah, you drop to your normal form, but it doesn't necessarily mention that you drop conscious. Because yeah, it doesn't mention anywhere else anything about hit points here or stress. So that's shared. Huh. Okay. Second option, a pack predator, like a wolf, coyote, hyena. They have a 2 strength, they deal D8 physical, an evasion of 1, but an armor score of 4, so they're a bit more on the tougher end. They have advantage on attack, sprint, track. So, oh, nice. You basically gain a D6 to all your attack rolls because of it, because you have kind of a way of their way of saying they have the kind of the pack tactics feature. When you make an attack on the same target as an ally right before you, add an additional D8 to your damage dice pool. Yeah, pack hunting. And also to kind of play into the pack tactics, you deal more damage as you attack with in synergy with somebody else. And aquatic scout, fish, eel, octopus. Again, 1 agility, the D4 in physical damage. Again, utilizing agility, an evasion score of 3, and an armor score of 2. They have advantage on navigate, sneak, or swim. You can breathe and move naturally underwater because you're aquatic. Again, you're fragile, so whenever you take major damage or greater, you drop out of the form. So from what I've seen here, it's actually, because yeah, it's also mentioned here like when you take severe damage. So for the Druid, it's actually a good idea to invest in the threshold increases, as they kind of increase the chances of you keeping your beast form, and also lower the chances of you dropping to 0 hit points. So basically making the Druid a bit more of a tankier hit point pool, kind of a character. It's beneficial. For level 2, By the way, the levels mean at what level, what character level you can transform into this form, and of course you can choose any form from the level below that. Yeah, this is like the first flying creature that you gain access to, which is a winged beast, raven, hawk, owl. They have like they're 1 finesse. They do a D4 physical. They have evasion of 3 and an armor score of 3. So overall, quite nimble. So yeah, they are good at locate, dodge, and deceive. Bird's eye view. You can fly at will while in this form. When you are flying and look down at the landscape below you, and in an attempt to understand the situation better, make an action roll. On a success, you gain new useful information here. Take a d6 bonus die you may use to give to an ally to add to their action roll when acting on this information. So yeah, they are kind of a scout feature, which I kind of like. Hollow bones. Reduce your damage threshold by -2 in this form. Ooh. So they technically can also affect your threshold, not necessarily just... So it's kind of really important to invest in them with this class. Then you have Brutish Beast, a bear, a bull, a moose. They have +1 strength, they do a d6 physical, they have 0 evasion score. Actually, not an evasion score, they have like an evasion increase and an evasion benefit. And an armor score of 6. They have advantages on Navigate, Scare, Protect. Rampage. When you are rolling damage from an attack, for every 6 you roll, you may roll another d6 and add it to your damage roll before making an attack roll. You can take a stress to gain a +1 proficiency to attack once per attack. So basically, you can explode your roll and add a lot and add this kind of ever increasing damage. So yeah, these could be like really, yeah, depending on how lucky you are, you can really get the ball going with this one. Thick hide, you increase your damage threshold by +2 in this form. So you also have certain creatures that actually might improve your threshold. Okay, so great, which kind of makes sense why the increases for the Druid are not so high here compared to the Bard, because you might also have access to classes that to beast forms that increase it even further. So if you were to do it at the same level as the Bard, for example, it probably would get it into kind of some ridiculous numbers. Level 5 is a great winged beast. They have a 2 finesse, a d8 physical damage, evasion bonus of an additional 3, and an armor score of 5. They have the same bird's eye view ability as the normal winged beast, but they also have carrier. You're able to carry 1 to 2 people and still maintain flight. So yeah, giant eagle, falcon. So from this point on, they can also become like kind of a beneficial option. They all gain some additional like utility from them, aside from kind of playing into the polymorph thing. Also speedy beast like panther, antelope, horse, sorry. 2 agility, d8 agility attack, evasion increased by an additional 4, and armor score of 7. Put on sprint, dodge, and leap. Charging speed. You can move very far without having to roll. If you successfully attack a creature after moving far or more, you can add 2d8 physical damage to the attack. So kind of, so you can follow on kind of do this kind of like ram attack. And you also can gain the carrier feature, basically allowing you to carry 1 or 2 individuals on the creature, on the beast form. For level 7, you also get aquatic predator, a shark, an orca, basically some kind of creature, underwater creature that deals damage. Because you have 2 agility, a d10 agility damage die for physical. Your evasion score increases by a +4, and you have an armor score of 5. You take advantage on track, attack, and swim. You can, as a normal aquatic form, You can breathe and move into water naturally. And you also have Vicious Maul. When you successfully attack a creature, you can spend a hope to make them temporarily vulnerable. So yeah, it kind of adds also a side effect. You also have Great Predator, Dire Wolf, Saber-Tooth Tiger, Raptor. I love that they instantly offered you the example of, yo, you could be a dinosaur. It's a +2 strength, a d12 physical damage die, an evasion, increased in evasion of +4, and an armor score of 8. They have advantage on strength, on attack, track, sneak, and sprint. They have Vicious Maul like the Aquatic Predator, and they also have the Carrier, which is kind of cool. And for level 9, which is almost the capstone, we have Massive Behemoth, an elephant, a mammoth, a rhinoceros. You have a +3 in strength with a strength die of d10 physical, an evasion of +1, and an armor score of 12. You're hard. You have a lot of options to protect yourself. You have advantage on protect, scare, and damage to rain. You can spend a hope die to move to a far range in a straight line over small creatures and make a melee attack roll. All creatures you passed over who you roll successfully who successfully hits take damage. So you can follow on trample. And you're also Mighty Carrier. You're able to carry 1 to 4 people and still maintain speed. So yeah, the beat formulas are overall kind of cool. Interesting that, because now that I fully realized that actually the hit points and stress are a common pool. You don't shift to a newer set. It's still the same one as Druid, which can basically still give you the risk of dying while in a wild shape. Which makes sense, because even though I initially discussed about the idea that they wanted to keep the tankiness of the D&D Druid, at the same time, everybody's aware that it's ludicrous how tanky the Druid is. So kind of bringing it down and be like, no, it's the same HP. If you lose this HP, you'd still die. Even if you're a beast, even if you're some kind of bear or some other kind of animal. So now jumping to Guardian. This is the first one, which I think it probably kind of melds the different themes when it comes to the fantasy setting compared to what I've seen. Guardians represent an array of martial professions, and as such, the title speaks more to their moral compass and incredible fortitude than it means by which they fight. Those of this class may choose to join groups of militants for either a country or cause, but Guardians are more likely to follow those of few they truly care for. Majority be damned, Guardians are known for fighting with remarkable ferocity, even against overwhelming odds, and are more likely to utilize defensive tactics that protect their cohort rather than charge forward. Sorry, hiccup. Then charge forward with abandon. Woe be unto those who harm the ally of a Guardian, as they will not soon forget such a grievance. So a Guardian kind of pushes more into this kind of protector kind of class, with some flares of the fighter, from what I've seen, from what I'm gleaming from the flavor text. Their domains are Valor and Blade, a starting evasion score of 6, but they have a major threshold of 9 and a severe of 18, so they are beefy. They are not damaged that easily. And as class item, they have a stone, either a stone totem from their mentor, or a secret key. Who knows for what? We'll never know. Class feature, Unstoppable. Once per long rest, you can become unstoppable. Your unstoppable dice begins at D4. Place it upon your character sheet's class feature section. Starting with the dice's highest value facing up, while unstoppable, you gain resistance to physical damage. Add an extra D6 to any damage roll you make, and add the current value of the stoppable die to your armor score. Cannot be restrained or vulnerable. Interesting. Whenever you roll your damage die, reduce the unstoppable die value by 1. When you would reduce the value, when you reduce the value below 1 or the scene ends, remove it and drop out of unstoppable. At level 3, upgrade your unstoppable die at a D6, and at a level 7 at a D8. So unstoppable kind of goes a bit into the could gain resistance to physical damage, extra die rolled, increase armor score. It kind of it's a reflavored barbarian rage, because it's not necessarily a full rage. It's more of the it's pure perseverance and tenacity and full on like sheer resistance of will. Which, to be fair, it's kind of a better option, because it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, just barbarians have to be this kind of like, because, you know, raging, because the effects of rage don't necessarily have to be this kind of form of barbarism. It could be just, it could be reflavored in other aspects. So I like that, you know, it has been rethought into something that could be covered and reimagined in different types of, in different archetypes, not necessarily just the tribal characters. As subclasses, you have the Stalwart or Vengeance. For Stalwart, if you want to take heavy blows and keep moving. As a foundation feature, when you take this foundation, increase all your damage thresholds by 2, so that's already an increase in benefit. When you take physical damage, you can mark a stress instead of an armor slot to reduce the damage by your armor score, which is nice because you can now have an additional cool source of from where you can reduce your damage and become even more resistant to it. When you specialize in this subclass, the damage thresholds increase by an additional 2, although it mentions all your damage thresholds. That means that also includes minor. Would that mean that all of a sudden, if you, because at this point would be 2 plus 2, 4, 5. Your minor would be 5. So basically, any damage roll below 5 would be null. That's interesting. And this one even worse than that. It'd be 7. Anything below 7 would be null. When an ally within close distance has 2 hit points or fewer, takes damage, you can immediately mark a stress point, sprint to their side, and take the damage instead. Damn. Full on, get down, Mr. President. I like it. But yeah, if the intention that it also applies to minor, and now that the minor damage threshold means that if you are below it, you no longer take damage. That means if you full on invest in it, if the damage roll is 6 or lower, you won't take damage. You are an absolute tank with this. Huh. Interesting. And if you also invest in increasing the damage threshold with the level ups, you'd be almost insane to hit and to actually be hurt. While Vengeance, if you want to strike down enemies that hurt you or your allies. So this one was more of full-on like tank protector, while this one is more of full-on the best defense is a good offense. When you take this foundation, you gain an additional armor slot immediately. When you are hit by an enemy within melee range and mark at least one armor slot to reduce damage, immediately roll a number of d6 equal to the number of armor slots you've marked. And deal the enemy that much physical damage. Ooh, boy. And I don't see any limitation aside from just the armor slot itself being the limitation of how often you can use this. So if you really crank up your armor slots with this one, you're gonna hit like a motherfucker. If you specialize in this, the damage when an enemy damages an ally within your melee range, the next successful attack that you make against that enemy has a +1 proficiency, which means you did even more damage, because in this game proficiency doesn't improve your chance to hit, it improves the damage you do. I mean, I think it also improves the damage you do aside from the roll to hit. And if you push it to mastery, you can spend 2 hope to prioritize an enemy until your next rest. When you make attack rolls against your prioritized enemy, you can switch the values on your hope and fear dice. You may only prioritize one enemy at a time. So basically you could constantly gain hope. You could constantly roll with hope, or technically, ooh, that'd be an interesting mechanical twist if you want something that actually would require the DM to use their fear. Huh. What if there is like some kind of creature that utilizing their fear abilities, it's actually a detriment to them as well? So this could be an interesting like strategic play of be like, oh no, I'm gonna swap my roles so my DM gains fear. Why? Because I hate myself. Well, I don't know. And for background questions, I mean, before I jump actually into the background stuff, honestly, these things are kind of insane. Like both of them. I kind of want to play one. Just for the ludicrousness that would be that I would be impossible to hit if I really invest in those sections. Damn. Now for background questions. Who from your community did you fail to protect and why did you still think of them? Interesting inner conflict. You've recently been tasked with protecting something important with the goal of delivering it somewhere dangerous. What is it and where does it need to go? Add some more connection to maybe the world that you're in. Nice. You've always felt uncomfortable in your skin. Why are you self-conscious about? Ooh, too real. Self-doubts. And for connections, the type of questions that you could ask another player for the Guardian to gain something out of it, or at the very least some form of relationship with some other party members. How did I save your life the first time we met? What small gift did you give me that you noticed I always carry with me? Ah, that's actually kind of sweet. What lie have you told me about yourself that I absolutely believe? This is actually kind of fun. I really like some of the questions these kind of questions that open to some kind of tomfoolery that just for the sake of it, and these ones because I think for all three I've seen at the very least this kind of heartwarming question with some, which I really like because it actually really implies this kind of, at the very least with one party member you have this unusually strong bond, not necessarily unusually but really strong bond with them. It would be somebody that you'd really care for. Point wise, almost the same. Actually, I've noticed that I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the other classes had an additional stress slot. Yeah. So these can also differ. Interesting. Also +2 +2 +2 +3 +2 +3. +2, +4, +2. Yeah, I mean, if you heavily invest in the damage threshold and in the armor slots, depending on which class you go with, you're gonna be untouchable with this class, and I love it. So yeah, let me think a bit about it. That's something, because now I've jumped into all kind of the free classes that I want to cover, but the thing is, I realized that there is not a lot on them on this aspect. There's more nuance in the abilities, but those are a bit more generic because the domain cards are domain specific, which can be utilized by 2 classes at the very least. So it would take a really long while. It kind of makes sense why not necessarily going into these here, because it would take a really long time to actually also look at a class and also look at the domain cards. It'd be just better. It'll be better to just look at the domain cards individually, at a disconnected from the classes, because otherwise this will take even longer. And because it's not a lot on the classes stuff. How many do I have more? I have 6 more. It took me like an hour-ish to go through all of them. I might push it and actually go and do all of the classes now in this stream, so I'm done with them and I can then jump to something new next week, which would probably be actually how a session of play would work, and then leveling up, and later on probably look at equipment. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna prolong the stream. Why not? But really quick, I'm just gonna take like a quick 5-minute break, just a quick bathroom break, and I'll continue with a few more classes. Yeah, join you in a sec. Okay, so let's continue. As I mentioned before taking the break, I decided to prolong the stream and actually go through the rest of the classes, because there's not a lot to cover with them, because they're not necessarily on the complexity level as D&D or some other ttrpg systems. And considering that, you know, it took me like an hour-ish to talk about like 3 classes, and there are a total of 9. I extended it to another additional 2 hours to just go for all of them in one go, and next week I'm just gonna focus on a different chapter and some different aspects. Maybe I'll look at equipment and then leveling up, because one of the things I do wanted to do is, after I finish the character creation elements, I would also like to actually create a character of my own on stream, just to, you know, do some stuff here. And who knows, maybe what if Adrian was a Daggerheart character? Maybe that, who knows. And I think I want to first and foremost look through all of this. So yeah, probably looking next week, jumping into equipment and probably the domain cards. I'll have to look where exactly they are located. That will be kind of it. So yeah, because of it, I'm just gonna push forward with the classes today, because I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling energized, even though for some reason I was kind of tired a bit a few hours ago. But I think I've hit my second wind a lot earlier today. So yeah, I'll just fast forward the rest of the stuff and then probably have my rest. Plus, I love ttrpgs, and I've seen some cool stuff with these classes and subclasses. So for my love of it, I'll continue. There's no disregard of my own health here. Yeah. Jumping into the ranger. So rangers are highly skilled hunters who, despite their martial abilities, will rarely lend their skills to an army. Through mastery of the body and deep understanding of the wilderness, rangers transform themselves into sly tacticians, accustomed to fighting without the aid of an organized military force. Many rangers do, however, fight alongside an animal companion with whom they forged a powerful spiritual bond. By honing their skills in the wild, rangers become expert hunters and trackers, and they are as likely to catch their foes in a trap as assail them head on. So yeah, it kind of plays a bit into the kind of lonely tracker fantasy, plus of course the obvious animal companionship, you know, beast mastery and that kind of thing. So yeah, their domains are bone and sage, so yeah, they have a connection with wilderness and bone. Be back when home. That's all okay, Ghost. I'll see you. I'll see you in a bit. Thanks for lurking around up until now. I appreciate it. So, for starting evasion score is a 10. The damage result, we have obviously the minor is 1, the major of 7, and the severe of 14. So, in a decent range, damage-wise. Class items, a trophy of your first skill, or a seemingly broken compass. Also another thing that, because certain items also can be used to kind of tell a story or emphasize some elements of your background a bit more, which is also really cool. That I kind of like, so because yeah, this one can tell you something like what was your first skill and how did you manage it, to consider that maybe at that time you were still maybe a novice compared to who you are right now. So yeah, for class features, Ranger's Focus, spend the hope and make an attack with your weapon. On a success, you deal damage as usual and that target becomes your focus. While they are your focus, you know precisely in what direction they are in. All damage rolls you make against them also deal a stress. Nice. When you miss them with an attack, you can end your Ranger's Focus to re-roll your duality dice and take the new result. Interesting. Only one creature can be your focus at a time. So obviously this is the Daggerheart option of having Hunter's Mark as a mainstay of the class, and to be fair, I love it because I mean Hunter's Mark is kind of an iconic spell for that class, and kind of having it built in here and kind of in its own way, of course interpreted in its own way, is really cool. And I still hope for the memes of forgetting to use Hunter's Mark on a creature. I hope the meme goes on. But yeah, it's really cool, and I really like this idea that you could sacrifice all your benefits just to ensure that you hit the creature. But as I say, but considering that it's a requirement of 1 hope, and depending on your reroll, you might reapply the focus on that turn, or if not, maybe a turn later if there's some kind of weird finagly requirement, because that's kind of thing. Could you technically reapply it with this attack? Maybe not. I would probably personally rule it as a you cannot reapply it while using the dismiss action of the focus. You can only apply it on the turn after the dismiss. I would probably rule it that way personally, and that's because it's a weird finagly thing and kind of gets the ball rolling in a weird thing, and just to keep it simple, I guess. And for subclasses, we have the Wayfinder and the Beast Bond, which I'm suspecting Wayfinder is more about tracking. Beast Bond is obviously by the name, as the name implies, something about an animal companion. Spellcasting trait, you have Agility. For foundations, this is the Wayfinder if you want to hunt your prey using Deadly Force. For foundation feature, Apex Predator, mark a stress to increase your proficiency by 1 on a damage roll. Interesting. Additionally, whenever you deal severe damage to an enemy, they may also mark a stress, while you also deal. And if you also have focus on play, that's 2 stresses. So that's kind of important because you're whittling the enemy's resources when it comes to certain abilities. So that's interesting. And path forward, when you're headed for a place you've previously visited, or you carry an object with you that has been there before, you can identify the shortest, most direct path of your destination. Ah yes, an item of a city I've never visited, but now I know it's that way. How? Because I mean, to be fair, mechanically and flavor wise, sure, why not? the previous episodes don't make sense, but you know, it has some extra benefits for the exploratory optionally, because you know that should be the ranger. The ranger should be the class that, when it comes to exploration in tracking and you know specializing at hunting a specific target, they should excel at it. So having abilities that are not only focused about past experiences but new experiences is important, because otherwise this will be really situational if you didn't also have this. And in certain systems the regions are already kind of bullied and seen as the lesser of the pack. But yeah, if you specialize in Wayfinder, when you're attacked by your focus, your evasion is increased by 2, so you're even harder to hit by your target focus. Also, before you make an attack roll, and if you mastery, if you gain mastery in the subclass, before you make an attack roll against your focus, you can spend a hope. If that roll succeeds, you remove a fear from the GM's fear pool. Damn, you steal the GM's money. You'd be like, oh, you have this token, mine. You game. But yeah, it's before the attack, so you're kind of gambling it for a bit. But still, I like it that you could technically also remove resources from the GM specifically. Be like, nah, we're not doing this here. But I really like the synergy that goes with the focus. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of the point of the subclasses. They should some way synergize with their main features, with their generic features. And for Beastbound, their foundation feature is you have an animal companion of your choice, of course with GM's discretion. They always stay next to you unless you tell them otherwise. Take the Ranger companion sheet. Whenever you level up your character, you also choose a level up option for your companion from this sheet. Thank you. Having the option to also having also the ability to improve your companion is something that in certain systems is not that well thought out, and the Beastmaster's Ranger in D&D was the one that really suffered because of it. If you specialize in Beastbound, when you take the specialization, you gain an additional level up option for your companion. Interesting. When an enemy attacks while they're in your companion's melee range, you gain +2 evasion from against the attack, so the companion in a way protects you. Nice. And if you choose to gain mastery in this subclass, when you take, you gain 2 level up options for your companion. You gain an additional 2 level up options for your companion, aside from the normal one. And once per long rest, if the damage from an attack would mark your companion's or your last hit point, and you are within each other's close range, the other one rushes to their side and takes damage instead. I love that it can go either both ways. And this is the companions. So you add the name. They have an evasion start of 10. Work with the GM to decide what kind of animal you have as your companion. Use the space above to draw or attach an image. Oh, that's really nice for them. And give them a name. Then create 2 experiences for your companion based on their training and history which you have together. Cool that you have companion experience. Finally, describe their method of dealing damage, weapon, and recording. In the attack and damage section, the ranger starts at melee. Start with the, so yeah, you have, similar to the normal character creation, you have a +2 experience and a +1. When you take an experience, you also gain a 1 to your oh, nice. So when you also gain an experience, your companion also gains 1. Oh, amazing. It gives you here like a set of examples. You can make a spellcast roll to connect with your companion and command them to take action. When you do, you may spend hope to add an applicable companion experience to the role. On a success with hope, you may take an action immediately without using an action token. Oh, interesting. So technically it requires you an action to command the beast, but if you roll with hope, you may also attack yourself. So depending on your dice result, you actually could attack in synergy. You're not necessarily wasting your own turn. You have the possibility of using your own attack damage. If you command your companion to attack, they have any benefits that you would normally only apply to you, like the effect of ranger focus. On a success, their damage roll uses your proficiency and their damage dice. I see. I'm suspecting that they start with a d6 and then depending I just saw it. But this one is interesting. If you command your companion, they have any benefits that would normally only apply to you, like the effect of ranger's focus. So if I were to multi-class into Guardian and gain that ridiculous thing where anything below 1, where my minor threshold basically increases, my companion could be untouchable. Huh. That's actually kind of cool. Interesting synergies. I'm looking at some of the stuff here and I've already seen some interesting synergies between classes with multi-classing, and I really love it because I thought for a second that multi-classing is gonna be really mundane, and it's not, and I love this. So, stress. Anytime your companion would take damage, they mark 1 stress. When their stress slots are full, they drop out of the scene, hide, flee, etc. They are unavailable to you. Thank you. Thank you that you're not killing them. Thank you. They're until you are they are available to you, and you will return to at your next long rest with 1 stress cleared. Only 1. Damn. When you use the clear stress downtime action on yourself, it automatically clears as much stress on your companion as well. So nice. It's shared. And training. Whenever your character levels up, also choose 1 option for your companion from the list below. So you don't have tier options here, but choosing masteries, basic specialization in masteries for this class will offer you an additional 3 more points here. So technically you have like 13 increases here, which technically, let's see, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So you'll be with only 3 boxes left if you were to fully invest in it. Intelligence, raise an experience by +1. Nice. Light in the dark, use this as an optional hope slot your character may mark. Interest, so cool that they can also be a source for your hope. Creature comfort, when you take time during a quiet moment to give your companion love and attention, you may both clear a stress or take hope. Aww, who's a good boy? I love this. Armored, your armor score increases by +2 when your companion is in melee. Vicious, which increases your companion's damage dice. This is to d8. Or range, melee to very close. Interesting. And so on. I see. That's interesting. A resilient, add an additional stress slot. We have a maximum of 6. Bonded, when you mark your last hit point, your companion rushes to your side to comfort you. Roll a number of a d6 equal to the available stress slot they have, and mark them on a 6. They get you up. Clear your last hit point and return you to the scene. Nice. Equal to the available stress slots they have, and mark them. And aware, increase your companion's evasion by +2. I'm trying to figure this something out. So you clear all of them. Would that mean that they also be out of the scene? Because if you mark all stresses available, that means that they're no longer... Interesting. Also, a thing that I like here that they mentioned, but in no way they mentioned any kind of restriction, because they said that determine what kind of damage they do as weapon, and how exactly they do it. Could flavor it to be magical. Could make it like a magical creatures in some way to deal like magic damage. I don't think I don't see any restriction. It doesn't mention that. Oh, it mentions weapon, I'm guessing. Oh no, maybe not. I don't know, maybe personally I would put it into magical, why not? I mean, if the player really wants that variety, I don't necessarily why they couldn't. If they kind of play into some kind of idea that this is not necessarily a normal beast or like a normal like wildlife creature, it could be something a bit more with some kind of more magical elements to it. Why not? But I like that the ranger has some interesting synergies, the beast bond with some other subclasses, considering that they can benefit from class features. Yeah. Now, as background questions, a terrible creature hurt your community and you vow to hunt them down. What are they, and what unique trait or sign do they leave behind anywhere you go? I like it, because it also plays a bit into that kind of tracking element, because you don't necessarily have to see the creature, maybe you have to see signs of the creature. Your first kill almost killed you too. What was it, and what part of you was never the same after this event? Interesting, a bit more drama. You travel to many dangerous lands, but what is the one place you refuse to go? Adding conflict, basically like, oh, we have to go here. Wait, what? There? No, I'm not going there. The fuck you mean? Anyhow, I like these questions. They're a bit more nuanced. They have some interesting elements. Connections. What friendly competitions do we have? Again, questions that you asked your party members. Interesting. Another one, why do you act differently when we're alone than when others are around you? Huh? What have you asked me to keep an eye out for, and why are you worried about it? Interesting. As point increases, I mean overall it's the same. As I mentioned, I'm not gonna look too much into these. But again, really cool how the tiers here also connect with the beast bond here, and I really like the synergy possibilities in the multi-class with the beast bond, considering that they can share class feature effects. So yeah, the Guardian would be insane with the beast bond, and even the Druid I think would be really good with the beast bond for some synergies and benefits. So yeah, love to see it, and I'm really glad about it that actually multi-classing has some interesting effects. Because up until now, as I was going through them, I didn't see a lot of applications of why exactly would you multi-class aside from just having availability to different features. Because this is kind of what I want with multi-class, something that also allows you to kind of synergize further than just improving your own subclass. Because yes, of course, improving your own subclass would increase your synergy because that's how they are designed. But having the possibility to add in a separate class that would also synergize, it makes it even better. Now your option pool is increased. What you could do. Now, going to one of my favorites. Yes, I am a rogue player. I mean, it's probably one of my favorite classes in D&D, to be fair. I'm a sneak attack bastard, I'll be honest. I love the simplicity of the rogue. That doesn't mean that I don't like other classes a bit more complex than the rogue. But I don't know, the rogue is nearly... I mean, to be fair, you know, in most RPG settings, I somehow default to with my first attempt as a rogue. Most of the times, of course, if the game system in some way allows me to do it. If it isn't, I mean, I'm just gonna go with more of the character idea and just go with it. So yeah. Rogues are scoundrels, often both in attitude and practice. Broadly known as liars and thieves, the best among this class move through the world entirely unknown. Utilizing their sharp wit and blade, rogues may trick their foes through social manipulation as easily as breaking locks or climbing through windows. Members of this class are masters of magical craft, adding an array of deadly tools to their arsenal. Rogues frequently establish guilds to meet future accomplices, hire out jobs, and hone heavily guarded skills, proving that the phrase "there is no honor amongst thieves" is just another lie added to their arsenal. Yeah, with their domains being midnight and grace, because they're also about, like, you know, slight tongues, not necessarily just sneaking around and being part of the night. Owen is a really high evasion score, which makes sense. A major, but actually they're kind of decent with a major of 7 and a savory of 14. They're not necessarily as bad. Class item, forgery tools, and a grappling hook. These items are a bit more on the utility side than some of the options that we've seen beforehand. Which kind of implies that you could technically discuss with your DM to have some class items that could lean more into the utility, not necessarily just story element and flavor. Because I haven't necessarily seen that with some of the ones that I've looked at previously. Oh, sorry. Oh. As class features, hide. While you're out of sight from all your foes, you can mark a stress as usual to become hidden. Which is a... okay, giving you... I'm guessing it gives you the same description here anyways. Giving you disadvantage to all rolls against you. As a rogue, when you are hidden, targets also can't see you, even if they move into line of sight. You are no longer hidden when you move or attack. But when you leave hidden to make an attack, the roll has advantage. So it's a bit more mechanical. I like it, and it simplifies it, because I've seen, like, you start to see some, especially in D&D specifically, where the hidden mechanic, the hide mechanic, sometimes it's wonky to rule, because it's all about, like, lighting, like how it's all about kind of like weird, like, line of sight, lighting kind of things and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes can be ruled out weirdly. Sneak attack, I like it that they added it here as well. Whenever you have an advantage on an attack roll, or an ally is in melee range of your target, so similar to the D&D sneak attack, add a d6 to your damage roll. Before you use sneak attack, you also may spend any number of hope, and if it is successful, you deal another d6 damage for each hope you spent. So your hope pool can also become your damage pool for sneak attacks. That's which is neat. Which means if you are technically a big hoarder on hope die, you can really pummel an enemy. As subclasses, you have two options: the Syndicate and the Nightwalker. I'm guessing Syndicate is more, yeah, if you want to know somebody helpful everywhere you go. I know a guy. The I know a guy rule, but mechanically applied. So the foundation feature: when you arrive in a heavily populated town or city, you know somebody that calls this place home. Give them a name, note how you think they could be useful, and choose one from the list below. They owe me a favor, but they'll be hard to find. They're going to ask for something in exchange. They're always in a great deal of trouble. We used to be together. It's a long story. We didn't part on great terms. So I like it because you can on the spot, like makeshift on the spot create additional NPCs with already built-in like kind of relationships or kind of requirements. Like, it's not just gonna be an immediate benefit. There's some possibility that they might need some convincing, or might need to do something in their favor. If you specialize in the syndicate, once per session you can briefly call forth a shady contact. Immediately choose one of the benefits below and describe what brought them here to help you in this moment. They provide 1/2 of goal, a unique tool, or a mundane object that the situation requires. The next time you make an action roll, their help lets you increase either hope or fear die results by 3. Next time you deal damage, they snipe from the shadows, adding 2d8 to your damage rolls. Interesting. From the looks of it, it kind of, from what I've seen, aside from the first one, which it's obviously kind of adds a bit more like social elements, these one you could technically do in the moment, in the combat, like be like, hey, yo, come help me out, like, maybe you could roleplay them out a bit depending on the location. Like if you're fighting in a city, maybe you could say that there might be a bystander that actually is actually a contact of yours, and be there and kind of play that out. But I'd be finding it interesting if the DM if the game master would be like, yeah, you're in a really heavily wooded area with no civilization in sight. The chances of having your shady contact in here are slim, even though technically they could be. Smuggling operations, all of that kind of stuff could be outside of city outskirts. And if you choose Master in the Syndicate, when you choose this specialization feature 3 times per... You can use your specialization features 3 times per session. You can also choose from the following options when you use it. When you mark at least 1 hit point, the contact rushes out to shield you, reducing hit points marked by 1. When you make a presence roll in conversations, they back you up. Your hope die becomes a d20 for the roll, so you have a height man, which that's kind of nice. Yeah, I find this kind of interesting with the contact thing. And the kind of interesting thing, depending on how things move on, you might flavor it that the shady contact could also be the person that you called a favor from. So, you know, while in that location, the shady contact is the same individual as the one from the favor. Because why not? Why could it's I think which could technically enhance your relationship with that NPC and make that NPC a bit more of a mainstay of the campaign, which is kind of cool. And for Nightwalker, if you want to use cover of the shadows to navigate your environment, so yeah, I'm guessing this one is more stealth focused, while the other one was more about you know, syndicate connection, guilds, and all that kind of organized crime. As a foundation feature, you have Shadow Stepper. You can move from shadow to shadow when you step into the shadow cast by another creature or object, or into an area of darkness. Mark a stress to disappear from where you are and reappear inside of any other shadow within range. So, Shadow Monk ability, basically, of teleporting between shadows. If you specialize, you do a spellcast roll, Dark Cloud. You do a spellcast roll with a difficulty of 15. On a success, you create a temporary dark cloud that covers any area within close range. Anyone in this cloud can't see outside of it, and anyone outside of it can't see in. You are hidden from any enemy whose line of sight is blocked by the cloud. So you have so basically you can just it's basically the darkness spell. Just technically you could favor it like some kind of plume of smoke. And you also have adrenaline. While vulnerable, you also add your level to your damage roll total. I see. Interesting. So if somehow you gain the vulnerable status, you can technically do more damage. So it's kind of a risk-reward kind of thing. Interesting. So evasion, if you master the subclass, your evasion permanently increases by 1, because that you already are at 12. That's pretty good. And you can now use Shadow Stepper to move very far from a very far range, so it's even further. And you also have Cloaked. At any time you can mark a stress to cloak yourself. While cloaked, you gain the benefits of the hidden condition and automatically lose the restrained condition if you have it. You stop being cloaked when you roll with fear or start a short rest. So cloak is also kind of a flavor way of saying, like, you know, I'm you know, becoming like part of the crowd and that kind of thing, and not necessarily just a combat in the moment. I just vanish instantly and nobody else can see me. I mean, yeah, Nightwalker can play a bit more into the sneak attack, considering that hidden gives you advantage. So technically Nightwalker could offer you a few more opportunities in combats where you might not necessarily be always near allies. But I would have loved a few more, maybe a subclass that would have focused on that aspect, on the sneak attack feature a bit more, me personally, as sneak attack is such a it's such a kind of an iconic feature of the class, especially like in D&D. I would have loved to see it. Yeah, as background questions for your rogue character, as suggested at the very least, what did you get caught doing that had you exiled from your home community? Oh, interesting. So you're no longer necessarily part of your communities, or at the least a previous community from the one that you currently have. You used to have a different life, but you've tried to leave it behind you. Who from that time is still chasing you? Who from that other life were you most sad to say goodbye to? Huh, interesting. And for questions to ask other people in the party, what did I recently convince you to do that got us both in trouble? So add a bit of rivalry. What have I discovered about your past that I hold secret from others? Ooh, blackmail. And what do you know from my past and how have they affected your feelings about me? Yeah, overall I see like the same thing here. Yeah, overall I like the rogue. Honestly, the Syndicate one is an interesting one because it offers you a lot of like roleplay options and some interesting moments. I think it can create like some really interesting like roleplay moments with like on the spot like created NPCs. It would be interesting if Nightwalker could have been pushed maybe a bit more into the sneak attack aspects, or have a different subclass that kind of had that feature kind of like a highlight. But even so, I still enjoy it. It's still fun. I still think it's interesting class and worth the try. I would still love to play a rogue. So yeah. Now, Seraph. So, divine fighters. Divine fighters and healers appointed by their gods. Seraphs are imbued with sacred purpose. A wide array of deities exist within the realms, and thus there are numerous different types of seraphs. The ethos of each member of this class traditionally aligns with the domain of their god, including such missions as defending the weak, enacting vengeance, protecting a land or artifact, and upholding a faith. Some seraph ally themselves with an army or locale, much to the satisfaction of their rulers, but some of these crusaders fight in opposition to the follies of the mortal realm. It is better to be an ally to a seraph, as they are terrifying foes to those who defy their purpose. So yeah, kind of pushes into both the kind of the clerical and the paladin aspects of the kind of divine responsibilities. and divine connection. A lower evasion, but really high severe and major thresholds. They have a bundle of offering or a sigil of their god, of whatever god they serve. So yeah, Seraph is kind of the mixture of both, and I'm suspecting that we'll probably have like a subclass that is more cleric focused and a subclass that is more paladin-esque. So, as class feature, we have prayer dice. At the beginning of each session, roll a number of d4 equal to your spellcast trait, and store them to the right. You can spend one or more of these prayer dice at any time to aid yourself with an ally or an ally within fire range. You can use the spent dice value to reduce an incoming damage, add to any roll to roll result after a roll, or exchange for that many hope you may give to any player. Clear all player dice at the end of the session. So you basically roll and basically make note of all each individual result, and that number is gonna be used for something. And it's really interesting that you can also basically gain an equal amount of 1 to d4 hope dice depending. For that many hope you may give to any player. I mean, give to any player doesn't think it's. I feel like it should have probably mentioned you or any player. So technically, you're only allowed to give hope to players. You can't necessarily give hope to yourself to basically generate like a infinite source pool of hope at the start of every session, which makes sense. When creating a Seraph, you have two options. Currently, the Winged Sentinel or Divine Wielder subclasses. For the Winged Sentinel, if you want to take flight and strike hard from the sky, so kind of an ASMR-esque angel type flavor. For spellcast trait, they have Strength. Foundation feature, spend a hope to take flight for a number of minutes equal to your level. While flying, your weapon attack deals 1 extra d8 damage. You can spend an additional hope to pick up and carry another creature that is approximately your size or smaller. So you can also be some kind of wing carrier. At the cost of a hope, of course. But interesting, both utility and combat functionalities. For if you specialize in this, your supernatural visage strikes awe and fear. While in flight, you have advantage on presence rolls, and if you succeed on any of them with hope, you can remove a fear from the GM's fear pool instead of gaining a hope. Again, what, you have fear? No, that's mine. And if you choose to gain mastery, your severe damage threshold is increased by 4. While in flight, your Winged Sentinel Foundation feature also deals an extra d12 instead of a d8. So yeah, they're like full-on damage dealers kind of thing. So that's kind of interesting. Sorry. So, and the second option is the Divine Wielder. If you want to dominate the battlefield with a legendary weapon, Actually, both of them are a bit paladin-esque. I haven't seen one that's more in the divine faith kind of clerical option. So yeah, interesting. Again, spellcast trait is still Strength. As foundation features, you have Spirit Weapon. When you have a melee weapon equipped, it can fly from your hand to strike an enemy in close range. You can mark a stress to target an additional target in range with the same attack roll. And Sparing Touch, once per long rest, you can use an action to touch a creature to clear 2 hit points or 2 stress for them. So we basically have kind of a lay on hands ability, but at the same time you also have Spiritual Weapon. I mean, a more balanced version of Spiritual Weapon, because Spiritual Weapon is insane. As you heard, it's not concentration, it can go wherever the fuck it wants. It does not, it acts on its turn independently, and you do not have to control it in any way. Like you don't have to utilize any actions to control it, basically. So yeah, this is a lot more sensible. If you specialize, when you take the specialization, you gain an additional armor slot, and your sparing touch can be used one additional time per long rest. So technically, Divine Wielder is a bit. It's actually the cleric, because divine weapon, the spiritual weapon, is more of a. It's more of a key spell, more of an iconic spell of the cleric. So it kind of makes sense why it kind of then quickly shifted into actually healing. And for mastery, when you roll damage for your spirit weapon, if any of your damage die values matches, you can roll an additional damage die for each match. These additional damage die can't be used to match and add more dice. For example, if you roll 3 5s, add 2 damage dice to your roll. And that's it. You don't necessarily damage can't be used to match and add more dice. So yeah. Also, you can do it because, to be fair, like, because yeah, technically it will deal the weapon's damage. So depending on what you choose to do damage with that weapon, you might have like some really unique like magic weapon that could be your designated like spirit weapon compared to your usual like combat weapon. Because from what I'm reading here, I'm gleaning that you can still do your normal attack, but at the same time you can also attack with your spirit weapon. So that's interesting. Hi Ghost, welcome back. Hope we had a decent commute, because I know those can be a pain in the ass. Jeez. Thankfully, when I worked last time, we had like a subway, so we had subway stations. That was kind of my main way to do it. It was annoying, but fine, yeah. So at the very least, that was one way to quicken the trip, instead of going from above ground, which would have taken me probably an additional hour of commute. Considering that compared to where I lived, it was already like a 1 hour commute one way. So adding an extra hour was never fun. So I was like, nah, I ain't never taking a bus or a car. So for the background questions for Seraph, who that can be used. Oh yeah, that's a long edition. Yeah, nah. Yeah, never again. Advantage in living in a big city. Advantage. So for questions that can offer you some guidance for backgrounds. Who is the god you have devoted yourself to, and in your moment of desperation, what incredible feat did they perform that made you indebted to them? So yeah, a bit of kind of divine connection to your deity. How did your own appearance change after taking your oath? And in what strange or unique way do you communicate with your god? Interesting. So you can kind of create your own rituals, as well as kind of add some more like divine flair to your looks. So technically you could be an Aasimar by class, not necessarily by ancestry with this, because to be fair, like if you were to be a winged sentinel, that's basically what you are. You're an Aasimar, because you can sprout wings, take flight, do a fuck ton of damage, exactly like the Aasimar race in D&D. So yeah. And for connection, as questions that you ask to your players: what promise did you make me agree to should you die on the battlefield? Why do you ask me so many questions about my god? And you've told me to protect one member of your party above all others, even yourself. Who is it and why? I really like some of these questions are really interesting, that can create interesting dynamics. Because some of them are some way worded that can create like dynamics between multiple characters, not just one. So that's really cool. Again, for the level up options, I don't see anything special. So yeah. And god damn it. I don't know why. And this happens only in these streams, probably because I'm talking almost non-stop. The more I talk, the nasally I get, and I start to like build up phlegm, and it annoys the heck out of me. Damn. Hey, sorry. Actually, let me just get some water, because probably another issue is probably because I'm drinking a Beppis, and to be fair, the sugary drink probably is not improving my hydration. Ah. Okay, so Sorcerer. Not all innate, basically the I came into money magic user. You know, daddy owns a mansion. That's how I got my magic powers. Sorcerer, not all innate magic users choose to hone their craft, but those who do can become powerful sorcerers. The gifts of these wielders is passed down from families, though not all families are aware of, much less choose to practice their unique skills. A sorcerer's abilities can range from the elemental to the illusionary and beyond, and many members of this class will band together into collectives based on their talents. The act of becoming a formidable sorcerer is not the practice of acquiring power, but learning to control and hone the power of one already possesses. The magic within a misguided or uneducated sorcerer is a dangerous force indeed. So yeah, these are like the innate magic users, somehow born into magics, or some have some kind of connection to magics. A bit on the squishier side with an evasion score of 9. Major of 6, severe of 12, so yeah. They have a whispering orb or a family heirloom. This can be interesting if you play more into the idea that, you know, it's a long, you come from a line of a family tradition that kind of practices sorcery. Whispering Orb is ominous, and probably they could find some play into it. So yeah, arcane features. Ooh, I think this is one of the few with actual free features built in. So arcane sense, you can sense the presence of magical people and objects when you're close to them. So if you're in touching range, close? No, close. It's actually it's at a distance. You're not touching, because it would have mentioned touching range. Minor illusion, make a spellcast roll of a difficulty 10. On a success, create a minor visual illusion now larger than yourself within close range. This illusion is convincing to anyone in far range or further. So basically hologram-esque, if we add a bit more of the sci-fi comparison, where the closer you get, the more you realize that, wait a minute, you're not real. But it could offer some interesting like tomfoolery and kind of deception elements, and convince people that, hey look, there is somebody out there. And the third feature, channel raw power. Once per long rest, you can place a domain card from your loadout into your vault and choose to either gain hope equal to the level of the card, or enhance a damage dealing spell by dealing extra magic damage equal to twice the level of the card. So you can improve your damage or gain some hopes, which probably play into some other more, I think in this case, more subclass specific features. And to be fair, this one is a bit interesting because this would be probably one of the few classes that utilizes the vault at early levels and kind of utilizes that whole idea of using stress to call back their card, and utilizing and risking their stress to use more abilities, which kind of plays into this kind of inner tapping of strengths with the sorcerer. And yeah, and for the subclasses, there are two options: the primal origin and the elemental origin. The primal origin, if you want to modify your spells in powerful ways. As a foundation, the spellcasting trait is instinct. As a foundation feature, Your primal origin allows you to modify the essence of magic itself. When you cast a spell or use a weapon that deals magic damage, you can mark a stress and do one of the following. Extend its reach by 1 range, add 2 to the action roll result, reroll any number of damage dice, and hit an additional target within range. So this kind of plays into the meta magic, like kind of altering of magics, but specifically as a subclass, not necessarily as an innate trait of the sorcerer, which is interesting. If you specialize in this subclass, you can enhance the magical practices of others with your essence. When you help an ally on a spellcast roll, you can spend an extra hope and to roll a d20 as your hope die. So basically, you can change their roll result and add the d20. If you choose mastery, you can gather magical energies to enhance your capability. You may become charged after taking the magic damage, or when you spend 2 hope to become charged. When you successfully cast a spell while charged, you can spend your charge to temporarily increase either the spell's damage proficiency by 1 or its reaction roll difficulty by 3. I'm guessing the reaction roll difficulty is for probably for spells similar to, like, I don't know, like Fireball, which I'm guessing reaction roll, it's the key word here for saving throws, which haven't yet been covered much. I'm guessing this is something more that will be better detailed in one of the chapters that talks about playing an adventure, or like full example of play. You stop being charged when you finish a long rest. Oh, you can spend your charge to... Oh, so you can gain charge, lose charge, gain charge, lose charge. Now I get it. And technically, but you do not keep it indefinitely. On a long rest, you lose it either way. So yeah, it's kind of a... So yeah, it's kind of a use it or lose it kind of thing. And for the elemental origin, I'm expecting that's more like elemental specific damage. Your elemental origin spellcasting is again instinct. From what I've seen so far, kind of all subclasses go into the same spellcasting trait. I don't think I've seen one. Or I might have just missed it. It could be a total possibility of a spellcasting trait of 2 subclasses of the same class that go into different spellcasting traits. But anyhow, so for elemental origin, as foundation feature, your elemental origin lets you manipulate and shape a certain kind of element. You choose one: water, fire, lightning, or earth. So we're full-on avatar in this shit. You can channel this element into unique, harmless effects. Additionally, you can spend a hope and describe how you control over this element. How your control over this element helps an action roll you're about to make. They then add either a +2 to the roll or a +3 to the damage. So yeah, you're full-on avataring this. If you specialize in this, you can call forth your chosen element to protect you from harm. When an attack roll against you succeeds, you can spend a stress and describe how you channel the element to defend you, then add 1d6 to your evasion against the attack. If the new evasion is high enough to avoid the attack, it does. Nice. So basically, you have this kind of a parry or like block ability, which is really cool. And if you master in this subclass, once per long rest, you can transform into an elemental form of your chosen element. When you do so, describe your transformation and gain 2 of the following features until you finish your next short rest: a +2 to your severe threshold, a +1 to your character trait, a +1 to your proficiency, a +2 to your armor score, or a +2 to your evasion. So you kind of channel your elemental power to fully enhance yourself, and I like that. It gives you options in kind of tankiness, damage dealing, like evasion, certain skills. Yeah, this one is kind of interesting. I kind of like how they divided the idea that the sorcerer that alters magics is more of a specialized type sorcerer, not necessarily the innate sorcerer. Which makes sense, because a sorcerer at the end of the day is somebody that has innate magical powers, but not necessarily has invested their knowledge into actually manipulating them, just purely utilizing their own body as kind of a channel for those abilities. While this one, yes, as I mentioned, is kind of more in the Avatar-esque kind of flavor. And I kind of like, because I've seen in certain classes common themes with other subclasses from other classes, and this one I would see it interestingly, would play out interestingly with the Ward of Elements Druid. So you can also be like a beast form with this kind of thing, and all that could be neat. I'm not sure if it could have benefits, maybe, of using this. Maybe they could be, although you wouldn't be able to have the mastery feature and as well as the warden, some of the features of the Warden of Elements. So it's probably, this one is going to be more of a more for the thematics of it, not necessarily than necessarily the synergies. As backup crushes I have for your character to basically add more depth to your character. What did you do that made the people in your community be wary of you? Because at the end of the day, you're a sorcerer, maybe somehow your magics have went awry at some point, or maybe sometimes they go awry. What mentor taught you to control your untamed magic, and why are they no longer able to guide you? So yeah, again, some interesting conflict and kind of a hero's journey, like which could be the reasoning why you're adventuring. You have a deep fear you hide from everyone. What is it and why does it scare you? Could be something related, which is interesting, because it could be something related to your inner powers, could be something related about like a higher responsibility, considering that certain sorcerers could be from like a long bloodline of magical casters that utilize this, reach to a certain peak of power and utilize these powers for certain goals. So the pressure to perform, kind of a thing. And for questions about connections and how exactly, basically questions to ask your party members about to create relationships with them. Why do you trust me so deeply? What did I do to make you cautious around me? And why do we keep our shared pasts a secret? Which this one is neat, because maybe something happened, but like, let's not tell it to anybody else. Let's just keep it between us, kind of a deal. These overall, as I've seen, again, kind of the same, probably just have some changes in some of the bonuses in the major and severe. And that's kind of it. But yeah, overall, I find the sorcerer interesting. I like the overall like class features, and the idea that the vault kind of comes into play from the get-go for the sorcerer, and the kind of mechanic of utilizing stress to gain access to the main cards from your vault kind of gets into play a lot earlier for them and adds a lot more risk reward to this class, which I really like and find it kind of interesting. Okay, so we have like 2 more. You have the warrior. Becoming a warrior requires years, often a lifetime of training and dedications to the mastery of violence and weapons. While many who seek to fight only hone their strength, warriors understand the importance of an agile body and mind, making them some of the most sought after fighters across the realms. Many warriors will find employment within an army, band of mercenaries, or even a royal guard, but their potential is wasted in any position where they cannot continue to hone and expand their skills. Warriors are known to have a favored weapon, and to come between one of this class and their blade would be a grievous mistake. So yeah, they have the main blade of bone. They have a starting evasion score of 10, Major weight severe of 16, so they are kind of tanky. As a class item, they have the drawing of a lover, ooh, or a sharpening stone. So yeah, maybe warrior can also push a bit equally into the fighter and equally maybe into some elements of barbarian or like the kind of tribalistic aspects of it. But I feel like more into the fighter because it feels like they are a bit more organized. They are a bit more. They care about hierarchy, or they care about some kind of some level of, you know, order between soldiers, as you know, part like a bit like a kind of like a band of mercenary, like, but there is still some kind of level of hierarchy and rule and law. So yeah, battle strategist. After a successful attack, you can describe how you outmaneuver your target, then mark a stress to deal them a stress. So basically a stress for a stress. Interesting. Attack of opportunity. Oh, I love that they've named it after the main D&D feature, but one of the main D&D actions, but it's actually as a feature. If an adversary attempts to leave your melee range, you make a reaction roll against their difficulty. Choose one effect on a successful roll or 2 on a critical success. Ooh, I like that you also have a critical success benefit. Keep them from moving, so you basically, it's the sentinel effect from the sentinel feat. Deal your primary weapon damage, which is also interesting, or move with them. Oh, you can just follow them. That's also neat. But yeah, this kind of allows you to basically also deal damage and move with them, or deal damage and keep them from moving. Depending on the situation, maybe you'd probably prefer to move. Who knows? Maybe they have something in their possession and you would prefer to go with them. Or who knows, maybe there is a creature that cannot be immobilized for some reason. So instead of stopping them, you choose to move with them. So yeah. I like this. I find it really fun that you have this ability on basically accessible. And as the last feature, combat training, ignore burden when equipping weapons. When you roll damage, add extra physical damage equal to your level. Wait, so ignore burden. That, if I'm not mistaken, burden was how many hands it requires you to wield the weapon. So you could wield a two-hander with one hand, meaning that you could wield two-handers at the same time. You could dual wield two-handers and also deal extra physical damage. Interesting. And as subclasses, you have the Call of the Slayer and Call of the Brave. Call of the Slayer is if you want to ensure you strike down an enemy with great power. As Foundation, on a roll with Hope, you can place a D6 on this card instead of taking Hope. These are known as your Slayer dice. You can store a number of Slayer dice equal to your proficiency. When you make an attack roll or a damage roll, you can spend any number of these Slayer dice, rolling them and adding their value to your total. At the end of a session, clear any remaining Slayer dice on this card and gain that many Hope. So you gain this additional like liquid resource that is kind of shared with Hope, but even if you don't fully utilize it, it still transfers back to Hope at the end of the game. So you never lose the Hope you gain. It's just temporarily shifted into a different resource that you can utilize for other benefits. As specialization, you can wield multiple weapons with dangerous ease. When you make a successful attack roll, you can spend a Hope to add 1 weapon damage die from your secondary weapon to the damage, which kind of goes in hand with the ignore burden. So goes hand in hand with ignore burden, so it makes it even more deadly. In addition, once per long rest, when you roll a Slayer dice, you can re-roll any ones once, taking the new result. So basically, when the first time you use your Slayer dice for damage, or the first time that's kind of what I understand. The first time you use the Slayer dice, any rolls from that first use can be re-rolled if they are 1. That's what I'm understanding. I guess. I hope that's what they mean. So yeah, and if you choose to get Game Mastery in this subclass, You gain martial preparations. You become an inspirational warrior to all who travel with you. You gain access to the martial preparation downtime move. To use this during a rest, describe how you instruct and train with your party, then give yourself and each ally a Slayer dice, which is a d6. Allies can spend your Slayer dice to enhance their own weapon attack and damage rolls. Nice. So you become this kind of like mentor and trainer, like trainer, which really cool because it adds. I like how some of these features add to the kind of roleplay moments, to where roleplay now also have some kind of mechanical benefit later on down the line, either in the moment or in the future. And it's really cool that they weave it together and they don't necessarily feel separate, because in some cases, what I've seen with other TTRPG systems, some mechanical aspects are detached from the role-playing side, and I feel like it adds a lot more depth, as it can add a lot more opportunities, and more than that, it can encourage a player to actually role-play and kind of ease into it, because some players might not necessarily feel comfortable just because they are so detached from it, because combat is such a distant thing compared to roleplay that they don't necessarily find moments of comfort to do it, or find reasons to do it outside of just, well, I just want to be better with my class. Well, yes, you can be better by class by roleplaying, because that's one of the features that your class has. And finally, in the Call of the Brave subclass, if you want to be adept at taking both harrowing tasks and dangerous enemies, as a foundation feature, when you roll with fear, when you fail a roll with fear, sorry, you gain hope. Oh, I see. So when you do like a really bad roll, you gain hope. Once per long rest, before you attempt something incredibly dangerous or face off against a foe who clearly outmatches you, describe what ritual you perform or preparation you make, then clear 2 stresses and gain 2 hope. So for like big like baby G moments, or like this kind of like big like moments of suspense before like during rest, like before like some kind of important, like I don't know, like challenge, you have this opportunity to even further enhance your to further like regain resources aside from the normal means. So now you can utilize your downtime options for something else instead of maybe stress, because one of them is stress. You can clear your stress as one of the downtime options, but with this one you no longer are necessarily pushed into using it. Instead of, you can use that option for something else, and also you gain something additional from clearing stresses. If you push to specialize in this feature, you are vigilant in the face of mounting dangers. While you have no more than 2 hit point slots unmarked, your hope die becomes a D20, which is insane. So this is really pushes into the kind of risk reward, the kind of section of like only in the moments of true hopelessness you excel, which really goes into with the kind of Call of the Brave. And if you choose to become master in this subclass, your unbending courage is a rallying point for your allies. You can initiate a tag team roll with one extra time per session. Additionally, when an ally wishes to initiate a tag team roll with you, they only need to spend 2 hope die to do so. I feel like this is like a play mechanic that's gonna be later described. I think I'm in the playing an adventure or how example of play, but from my understanding, like tag team roll is kind of a way to synergize with an additional party member at the cost of hope for some kind of like spectacular move. But yeah, I find this one interesting because it really like pushes you and kind of puts you in this kind of position of, even though technically many other classes would not would at this point avoid any kind of conflict or combat, you're gonna be like, nah, I'm gonna push on and excel and make sure that the threat is removed, even if my death may come as well. Adds to the story, as another like story potential and like kind of moments of tension. And as background questions, who taught you to fight? And why did they stand behind when you left home? Somebody defeated you in battle years ago, sorry, and left you to die. Who was it, and why did they feel like such a betrayal? Hello, Link. How's it going? How are you doing? Hopefully you're feeling better, because I've seen some of your messages. They're a bit more under the weather, so hopefully you're taking some rest. And also do check Link out whenever they'll do some streams and that kind of stuff. So hey.
Run away, cause I'm terrified.
But I hope you're, taking your rest, making sure that you're fine. I am sync once again, but lurking everywhere. I appreciate it. Thanks for being around. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so just having some more. So finishing with the background questions. What legendary place you have always wanted to visit and why is it so special? Yeah, interesting ones. This one it's really interesting, like a true moment of conflict as a question. I really like the kind of the background questions. This kind of subclass, the you're offered with the classes, it adds a lot of. It can really inspire you into how to think about your class and what exactly you can add for the background. I'm gonna start on dinner, but wanted to check in. Oh, okay. Good luck on your dinner and hope you have something tasty. But anyways, I appreciate you jumping in. It's always nice to have you around. And for connection, which is our questions you're asking your party, we knew each other a long time before this party came together. How interesting, making some connections to the past, like old acquaintances. What mundane thing off the battlefield do you usually help me with? Which is kind of funny. And what fear am I helping you overcome? So this kind of like a mentor role of the party, of be like this kind of mentor and protector at the same time in this kind of situation. I really like it. All of the connection ones really create interesting bonds with the characters, and it kind of pushes you into thinking more deeply in these kind of questions. If let's say maybe you're not necessarily as interested in using these ones and maybe want to create your own. At the very least, these give you like a good starting point on where exactly should you gauge it. Yeah, increases wise, kind of the same thing, just kind of bigger on the numbers for the severe and major. And finally, as the last class that currently the system has, Wizard. Those who acquire the magical powers through years of studies are known as wizards. Whether through an institution or an individual study, wizards use a variety of tools, including books, scrolls, or ancient tablets, to hone their craft. Often, wizards will dedicate their life to the mastery of a particular school of magic, while others will attempt to learn from a wide variety of disciplines. Many wizards go to become wise and powerful figures in their communities, advising rulers, providing medicine and healing, and even leading war councils. While all members of this class work towards the common goal of collecting magical knowledge, it is very often that wizards have the most conflict within their own ranks, as the acquisition, keeping, and sharing of powerful secret is a topic of intense debate, and that has resulted in thousands upon thousands of deaths. Yeah, not all wizards are, all about like friendship and sharing things like, nah, I discovered this is mine, I'm not gonna tell you the secret sauce. And that kind of thing. Again, being a wizard, you're kind of on the squishier end, so easier to hit. And ooh, I don't think I've seen severe 10. I don't think I've seen severe 10. Major 5, oh boy, yep, you're a glass cannon. Truly. A book you're trying to, as class items, you have a book you're trying to translate, or a tiny, harmless elemental pet. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. As class feature, prestidigitation. I actually mentioned that for that was kind of the druid thing, but actually probably this one is more into that effect. Sorry, you can perform a harmless, subtle magical effect, at will. For example, you might change an object's color, create a smell, light a candle, cause a tiny object to float, illuminate a room, or repair a small object. choose a number between 1 and oh sorry, yeah, this chooses repair a small yeah, this is full on like a precipitation, like, well, yeah, because you know, create color, create smell, change an object's, I mean, yeah, change an object's color, which is a lot more up to interpretation, because I think there was like a thing where like with the D&D precipitation, which could dry or soil something, which, you know, could imply the idea that, hey, you peed yourself, which, to be fair, it's a funny thing to have to use. I think I did it in a one shot. Yeah, I did it in a one shot as with my sorcerer. Yeah. Second feature, strange patterns. Choose a number between 1 and 12. Whenever you roll that one number on the duality dice, you gain hope or clear stress. You can change this number whenever you finish a long rest. I love this. Actually, this one is kind of funny because depending on if you have like a weird ass like number pattern with your dice, you could really push it in. Like, I mean, this kind of plays into the critical role kind of joke of 9, where somehow 9 was this kind of ever-present number in their game, at least in their second campaign. But at the same time, you know, depending on your luck, maybe, I don't know, you have a weird affinity to a certain numbers in some way. I remember in my case, although it wasn't like with a D12, but it was like a D6, specifically with my Blood Hunter. Whenever I was rolling damage for my blood, like whenever I was rolling the damage right, for the damage I was inflicting myself for the Blood Hunter, I always motherfucking rolled the max damage. I always rolled a 6. But no, when it came to do actual damage with my blood right, nah, I did like a 1 or a 2. Yeah, I was like full on opposite. So you can basically use your own like misfortune to your own benefit. I kind of like it. And as subclasses, you have currently two options: the School of Knowledge and the School of War. For the School of Knowledge, if you want incredible knowledge of the magical world around you, of course, the spellcast trait is Knowledge. I also do want to mention because the Warrior didn't have like a spellcast trait, so they are technically classes with no spellcast. So it's not necessarily a flavor like some are spells, some are abilities. Now, as foundation features, you've gained priceless knowledge through great study. You have advantages on all knowledge rolls to recall information. If this roll is about the magical nature of a creature or enhancement or enchantment, gain a hope and even on a roll with fear. So even if you technically succeeded with fear, you would still gain hope when it comes to magical knowledge, which is nice. And you also have adept. You can mark a stress instead of spending a hope to use an experience on a roll. Interesting. If you do, double the experience modifier for that roll. I see. So it can be like some kind of, if you have some kind of experience that is about like something studious and something elements like that, you can really kind of push on to that aspect of you being like, yeah, I'm really knowledgeable in this specific field, which makes sense with the School of Knowledge. If you specialize in this subclass, you can change an existing experience you have, then add a +1 to one of your experiences. Not only you can change one, but you can also increase one of the existing ones. Then once per short rest, when recalling a domain card in your vault, you can reduce its recall cost by 1. So depending on how your stress points are, you can kind of strategize in how you're utilizing and how you're calling back your cards and that kind of thing. Adds a bit of, which is nice because again, kind of the second one that plays into this. Although the specialization in this case, which makes sense, which is why in the specialization section, because you start using your vault around this time, so yeah, it does make sense. And if you choose to gain mastery in this subclass, you choose 2 experiences and add a +1 to each of them. And whenever you used to use an experience, roll a d6. On a result of a 5 and 6, you can do so without spending a hope. So you can basically gain free bonus rolls with free like experience rolls, which is nice. Yeah, overall this one kind of really focuses more on this kind of social exploration, puzzle solving kind of aspects. Not as combative, more on the support side, which should be there because the wizards are also like an insane utility support class, so they should emphasize that. That should be emphasized in games, not necessarily just the insane insane caster of that amasses knowledge and has access to powerful magics. And for the School of War, which is obviously what it implies, that you use magics as a means of violence. Again, special trait is knowledge. You focus your studies on shaping the magic in both dangerous and powerful ways. You gain an extra armor slot when you succeed on an attack roll. With fear, you deal an extra 1d10 damage. Ooh, interesting. If you specialize in this one, in this subclass, you can concentrate to maintain a productive barrier of magic. While you have at least 2 hope, you can add your spellcast trait to your evasion. So interesting. So technically this kind of encourages to stockpile hope for certain situations in order to make sure that you're also protected. Additionally, extra magic damage from your School of War Foundation feature increases to a 2d10, so even more damage. And if you choose Mastery in this subclass, when you succeed on an attack roll with hope, you can choose to make it with fear instead. The extra magic damage from the School of War Foundation is also increased by d10. I found it really interesting that you can technically this plays around with fear, and not only that you do more damage, but at the same time also the DM gains more resources. So again, this kind of a risk-reward situation of you kind of have to balance the odds and kind of start to learn what the enemy you're facing is about, like what kind of abilities do they have in their like tool set, in their toolbox. Because maybe if it's an enemy that whenever they are using fear tokens to activate an ability, and it's a really insane ability or some kind of ability that you don't necessarily want to trigger, you might think twice before risking everything and choosing to change your hope die to a fear die. Yeah, and now as finally for the questions, as background questions, something to add to your wizard's background. What did your community once count you on for, and how did you let them down? Ooh, you tried to study something that never went well, or maybe some kind of failed experiment or that kind of thing. You spend your life searching for an object or a book of great significance. What is it and why is it so important to you? And you have a powerful rival. Who are they and why are they so determined to be their end? Why are you so determined to be their end? Ooh. Kind of pushes a bit into the the Volstraka from Exandria, kind of the idea that the wizard rivalry kind of thing, but in a more kind of darker tone. And for connections, as question that you ask to your party to gain some kind of additional relations with them. What favor have I asked of you that you've done that you're not sure you can fulfill? What weird hobby or strange fascination do we both share? I love this, like nerds, nerds stay together. That kind of a dork stay together. I love it. And what secret about yourself have you entrusted with only me? Ooh, a keeper of secrets as well. So interesting. Again, here overall kind of the same increases. I don't see anything new, and that kind of covers it for the subclasses, for the classes, sorry. Which, yeah, actually, surprisingly enough, less than 2 hours. It pushed more like an hour and a half, which is fine. As is, overall, I like that they're overall a bit more concise, but of course the elements that are gonna add a bit more layers to the classes are gonna be the domain cards, and because those are an additional abilities, but they are more common. So yeah, I kind of wanted to look at the classes and see what they're about more like uniquely to themselves. I like that there is a ton of opportunities when it comes to also multi-classing, not necessarily just fully focusing on the class itself. But at the same time, I really like that also the classes are really feel unique and feel like they represent their kind of have that kind of a unique spot at the table that it doesn't feel like anybody like steps into somebody else's responsibility. Yes, there are some common elements because it kind of plays into the idea of similar with the common domains. So yeah, if they have a common domain, so you probably expect that they also have like some kind of common philosophies or common perspectives. And I don't know, this could also be for those of you who are maybe a bit more wary, which is kind of a suggestion I could give, for those who are wary about multiclassing and how exactly you could handle multiclassing. Who knows, this could be like an interesting restriction that you could add. Multiclassing could be only allowed between classes that share a domain, for example. So for example, if you want to multiclass your part with something else, it should be, and your part is the main class, it should be a Grace domain class and a Codex domain class. So basically, you either probably this aspect would be, I think, the Rogue or the Wizard. So depending on those kind of aspects, how we wanna push. That could be a limitation if you want it to be, if you are really wary about, Munchkin min-maxers kind of thing. But overall, I don't think. Again, this is kind of goes more to like the playtesting aspect of it. Like you have to kind of really push it and really try and see how exactly can you convince others to do it. But hey, yeah, it's more about like the pushing the limits, kind of stress testing it, and really looking at more a lot of the interaction. And plus also the as I mentioned, also the other element like domains, ancestries and community features, and how all of them come together and form this kind of a. Because already as I look through it, I kind of figured out some interesting builds and how you could push it into some weird directions and make some classes really basically either untouchable or hard to kill, or extremely powerful but with some interesting elements of risk, which I really like. I always like the aspect of kind of risk reward with certain classes, which is why one of the things that I really loved about like Matt Mercer's like a design approach with in D&D was his Blood Hunter class. I'm really enjoyed the Blood Hunter class. It's the aspect of dealing damage to yourself to basically have access to some obviously more powerful effects than what other classes would gain access to is interesting, and can also create interesting unique moments in the campaigns, because I've had like a few like close encounters with death because of my Blood Hunter. But weirdly enough, I never jumped into the stereotype of my Blood Hunter would eventually die kind of a thing. No, it's technically, even to this day, that character is technically still alive. It's still kicking and still doing it's his thing and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. But anyhow, as I mentioned, this kind of covers most of the playtester stuff. Probably next week I'm gonna look into the domain cards, and then whatever else has remained out of the kind of character creation stuff, which is probably the equipment. And then after that, after looking over the equipment, I'm probably gonna create a character for myself just for the funsies of like, probably like, what if Adrian was a character in Daggerheart, that kind of a thing. So I'll be interested to do that. But yeah, I think we're gonna end it here. And as usually, when I am before ending the stream, we're gonna check out to see if there is anybody I know that we could raid or look out for. Let's see, maybe you can check out if there's somebody new. Let's see. I think I have an idea, but I want to also check something, because as I've mentioned before, I do kind of want to do it in theme or at the very least kind of raid somebody that also might do something similar-ish to this. But again, when it comes to tabletop and ttrpg stuff, most people are probably you know, doing like the D&D sessions and that kind of thing, and I don't necessarily want to jump into those for raids because I'm not sure exactly. To be fair, in those kind of things, I don't necessarily know the etiquette and that kind of thing, and I don't necessarily want to interrupt like pro play moments and that kind of stuff. I don't want to necessarily break their flow. Because overall, in these categories, very few, at the very least that I know of, have like discussions about certain system elements. There are a few that I know of, but you know, they're a bit too high for me. They're a bit too popular for me. And then it's one of those things that I don't know if I can like jump in and raid, like, because I see them right now like streaming. I'm like, nah, I can't do that. Yeah, actually, let's see the other obvious option, Baldur's Gate, because considering that this is a TTRPG, this could also work. But to be fair, I think I know who I want to raid. Nah, I've changed my mind. I know who I want to raid because I've done it before, and I do want to do it again because as they did it to me some time ago as well. So we're gonna raid red 66 red dog.
Oh fuck, I went too far forward.
She's like a you know, a disabled streamer, doing a lot of stuff. I think she's done some Overwatch. Currently she's doing RimWorld. She's been doing it for like a few days, what I've seen of her. So yeah, I do want to
we were a little
jump
too
in
close,
today
apparently.
and say hi, because why not? So let's raid the channel.
I never done it with 2, I've only done it with 1. Apparently we were a lot too, it killed everybody.
Also, for anybody new here, this is kind of the general raid message that I send to peeps. So
it physically killed everybody.
go ahead and use that when you jump in, if you want to do it. So anyhow, once again, thank you all for being around. Those who've lurked, those who chatted, those who just
hilarious.
Jumped in, jumped out, that's totally fine. I appreciate any form of support. You've all been wonderful.
Hilarious.
Yeah, on Saturday I'm gonna jump in and do like Deliver Us Moon. It's gonna be more of a US friendly stream for that one. So a bit more later in the night for the EU peeps. And next week that's gonna be a bit of more of a special week, as for those of you who probably have kept track, it's Lost Ghost BT's birthday, and I'm gonna jump in on Monday for some Factorio. I'm probably also gonna do my own stream at that time aside from Factorio, and also gonna be part of some other streams here and there, some additional collabs. So you're also gonna see me around with some other peeps from now, not only just me here alone talking to myself and some of you all about stuff and nerding out. So yeah, but keep an eye for schedule on that time. So anyhow, thank you all for being around. You've been amazing. See ya.